Apa ya, Mbak? Ya ampun. Opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021 is about to start. Please take your seats and be reminded to put your phones into silent mode. The International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021, is held by Faculty of Economics in collaboration with B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Philor Institute of Technology, Universitas Wilarodra, University Teknologi Mara, Pulau Pinang, Malaysia, and Universitas Tidar. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats as the opening ceremony will commence shortly. Allow me to extend our warmest greetings to our eminent speakers and guests. Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, the Honorable Professor Dr. Sumaryanto, Master of Health, Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto, Master of Education, Vice Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Excellencies, today's speakers, distinguished guests, heads and boards of study departments, lecturers of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and also we would like to welcome all of the presenters and participants of the seminar. Good morning. Welcome to Ballroom Nakula Sadewa at Inagaruda Hotel for the opening ceremony of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021. Hosted in Yogyakarta, this conference is presented by the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, with a selected theme, Surviving the Pandemic, Education and Business Strategic Empowerment as a Key Factor in Revitalizing National Economy. As a response to the emerging global issues we are facing right now. My name is Yolanda Ruseptiana and I feel honored to be your host today. Ladies and gentlemen, as start of our opening ceremony, we will sing the national anthem of Republic Indonesia. We would like to request you to all raise. Thank you. You may be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, on this stage, we are going to present our welcome gesture to you all. Sekar Budaya Stuti Dance is performed by students. Sekar Budaya Stuti Dance is a form of female dance in Yogyakarta style. This dance is presented as an expression of a request for safety and fertility. Sekar Budaya Stuti Dance describes about gratitude and expression of joy. This dance shows the exposure of teenage girl who is growing up and is spring. Please welcome the dance of Sekar Budaya Stuti.
Kiraya.
Miss Adin Ismi and Miss Shindi Asuti for the beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite our Dean of Faculty of Economics, Dr. Siswanto, Master of Education, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD, Head of ICEBESS Committee, Miss R.R. Chusnu Syarifah Diah Kusuma, Master of Science, Head of ACoMC Committee, Miss Budi Tiara Novitasari, Master of Science, to join us in the podium to begin the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let me mention to you our agendas for today. First is the welcoming speech by Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Second is the welcoming speech by Dr. A. Pir Muhammad, Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Third is the opening speech by the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Fourth is the plenary session by the keynote speakers. Fifth will be the closing. Now we move on the speech segment that is going to be started with a welcome speech. Please be invited, Dean of Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Siswanto, Master of Education.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Sumaryanto MKas, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India, distinguished Vice Rectors, Deans, Director of Postgraduates, Heads and of Institute and all leader Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Vice Deans and the Head of Division of the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, distinguished guest speakers, Ms. Debrali PhD from the Law School, Vanderbilt University, United States, Prof. Dr. Rusia Juso from the Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya, Ms. Dr. Monman Hussain from B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India, Prof. Su Hua Wang, PhD from National Tsing Hua University, Taiwan, Prof. Setiabudi Indartono, PhD from the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto from the Management School, Lancaster University, United Kingdom, and all respected international seminar participants. It is my great pleasure to be here, to be part of this remarkable event in our faculty, and particularly to give a few words to open this international seminar. Welcome to this very special occasion. Let me first of all extend to everyone very much greeting the heartfelt welcome this important occasion. I'd like also to thank you all for participating in this international seminar, Annual Conference of Management Challenge, ICOMC, in conjunction with International Conference of Ethics and Business, Economics and Social Science, ICEBESS. The topic of seminar is Surviving COVID-19 Pandemic, Education and Business Strategy, Environment as Key Factor in Revitalizing National Economy. It has been 2 years that the world has been in pandemic COVID-19, with us so many impact on all aspects of life, include education and business. There have been major changes in revitalizing national economic planning and implementation that need more attention. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta has an education and business institution is committed to addressing this problem. It is concerning this that that this international seminar is held. In short, the purpose of this seminar is to identify the challenge and problem of education and revitalizing national economic both as theory and practice, to explore some concepts or theories of education and revitalizing national economic with a profit to individual and social development, and to formulate concept of education and business in surviving COVID-19 pandemic that can be used as a foundation in developing theory and practice of education and business. It is hoped that the seminar will be able to serve and platform to further researcher and teacher collaboration among the institution. I'd like to thank you all for participating this international seminar. Thank you to the International Committee. Thank you Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Professor Dr. Sumaryanto MKes, for you attended and willing to give welcome speak and to officially open today this seminar. I would like to conclude my speech by wishing you all a successful international seminar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr. Siswanto, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Apir Muhammad, Vice Chancellor B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, in this opening ceremony. Please welcome Dr. Apir Muhammad.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Wabarakatuh.
The Honorable Rector, the University of Negeri, Yogyakarta, and Dr. Siswanto, the Dean Faculty of Economics, and our Professor Ayub Khan Dawood, Dean School of Social Sciences and Humanities of B.S. Abdul Rahman, Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. The faculty members of the university and the participants. I could see that there are more than 900 participants right now present attending the conference. So it gives me a great pleasure in participation in the inauguration of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics and Social Science, and the particular topic of surviving the pandemic, education and business, strategic empowerment as a key factor in revitalizing national economy. I hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have gone through the pandemic. So more than 1.5 years, we are experiencing a lot of difficulties. And of course, I would say that we are endured the pandemic and the normalcy is returning. And particularly in the academic line, we did not stop in implementing any activities of our academic practices. Even during the pandemic, we could continue our education thanks to the internet facility available throughout the world. And we could conduct classes online, and we could conduct examination, proctored examination, and we could publish the results. And things are continuing without any hindrance. And similarly, the business activities also continuing. There are some hiccups, there are some issues But thanks to the efforts taken by the governments and the societies and the people, we could manage the situation, support everyone, and we could overcome the difficulties posed by this pandemic. Of course, now things are quite normal in both the countries, I would understand. And the two countries, the Indonesia and India, we have a long-standing relationship. And this kind of joint international conference, of course, would strengthen our relationship further. We come to understand the activities going on in each country, particularly the culture and the level of education, research, and other economic activities. And I would congratulate the School of or the Faculty of Economics, the University of Negeri Yogyakarta, and our School of Social Sciences and Humanities of B.S. Abdul Rahman Kassan Institute of Science and Technology in organizing such a wonderful conference, bringing resource persons from all over the world. I could see that the resource persons are from USA, UK, Indonesia, India, Taiwan, and Malaysia. It's true in international nature. And the topic is also very relevant to the current situation. And I understand that there are a lot of participants right now available, and they are also eager to listen to the lectures to be given by various resource persons. At this juncture, I would say one or two points on the surviving the pandemic, particularly on education and business strategies. Innovation is the only solution actually to overcome all the crises. And we all innovate in each and every activities, and we also encourage innovation so that we could tide over all the problems posed by this pandemic. As an educationist and as we are academicians with a lot of students with us, and the students are also encouraged to come out with a new solution. And these new solutions are helpful in the form of some new product or services that helps the society. That's more important. Actually, now our education system also has gone through a lot of changes. Now we focus on experiential learning. It's not that learning in the classroom. The learning should be accompanied with a lot of practices. So that practices helps the students to understand the real world problem. And when they come and experience the real world problem, they could apply their theories, what they have learned in the classrooms, and find some useful solution. So this kind of interaction between the academia and the real world is becoming more and more relevant, useful, and important. And of course, I would say that this kind of conferences bringing many people together, and people could network with the other people working in different parts of the world. And this networking can result in a lot of collaboration. I would say that any new solution that should be simple and useful would be the outcome of a collaborative work. So it's not that an outcome or an innovation could happen in an isolated place. Gone are the days actually. So now people from around the world should come and work together, collaborate. That only will bring some good solution. So this conference gives a lot of opportunities for networking. And I would say that all the participants, the 2 days of the conference would be most absorbing and engaging. and you will get enriched with a lot of knowledge and expertise, and you should not stop there. You have to continue interacting with the people who are participating, and you continue to work together and learn together. So that will bring in a lot of success in our career and bring in a lot of benefits to the society. So before concluding, I thank the Honorable Rector and the Dean of University of Negari, Yogyakarta, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the inaugural function. I wish the program a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Apir Mohammed, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we would like to welcome the Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta to give an opening speech and also officially open today's seminar. Please welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Sumaryanto, Master of Health.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Good
wabarakatuh.
morning. The Honorable all Vice Rector, Deans, Heads of Institution, Board Member of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially Dean of Faculty of Economic, Board Member of Faculty, and the committees. Our distinguished guests, Vice Rector of B.S. Abdul Rahman Krishnan Institute of Science and Technology, India, invited speakers from USA, UK, Taiwan, India, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and dear all participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you to Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, especially on joining International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science 2021. In this opportunity, in its conjunction with annual conference of management challenges. On behalf of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, I would like to welcome you in this wonderful conference. The COVID-19 phenomenon affect almost every aspect in human life. It is our responsibility to take part to survive through education and business strategic empowerment as a key factor in revitalizing national economy. We hope that all of you enjoy and have a great experience in this academic meeting. Be saying, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially open this conference. Once again, thank you for participating and organizing this conference. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Thank you for all.
wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Sumaryanto. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science, in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021, is now officially opened. We are about to begin the plenary session. We would like to request Dean of Faculty of Economics, Vice Dean of Faculty of Economics, and Head of Committees to return to the VIP seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like share attendance form in the end of plenary session. And the next agenda, as for the first plenary session, we will have 3 keynote speeches from 3 speakers. First, Deborah Lee, PhD from Law School, Vanderbilt University, United States. Second, Professor Dr. Rosita Juso from Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya, Malaysia. And third, Dr. Munmun Hussein from B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be guided by our moderator. She is a lecturer from the Department of Management. Ms. Arum Darmawati, Master of Management, has research interests in human resources and organizational behavior. Now she is a PhD candidate in human resource. Please welcome Ms. Arum Darmawati, Master of Management.
Thank you, Mbak Yolanda, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the plenary sessions of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics, and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference on Management Challenges 2021. My name is Arum Darmawati, and I'll be serving as your moderator today. In this occasion, we are going to have an opportunity to enrich our insight and knowledge by listening to our prominent speakers regarding to the theme of the seminar, Surviving the Pandemic, Education and Business Strategic Empowerment as a Key Factor in Revitalizing National Economy. As we all know, for almost 2 years, we have been facing the COVID-19 pandemic, and I believe that it influenced the way we deal with our lives, how we live, how we act, or how we react in these situations, especially from the economics perspective. And it also have an effect on our national economy. In this conference, we are going to discuss more about how we can survive in this pandemic era by empowering the education and business strategy. And to explore more about the topic, we invite 6 prominent speakers for these plenary sessions, which we divide into 2 sessions. The first session, the morning sessions, right now, and the afternoon sessions after we have the lunch break. For this first session, we have 3 speakers. The first is Ms. Deborah Lee, PhD from Law School, Vanderbilt University, United States of America. The second speaker is Professor Rosita Juso, PhD from University of Malaya, Malaysia. And our third speaker is Dr. Munmun Hussein from B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India. Before we start this session, we would like to inform to all the participants that we will divide these sessions into 3 subsessions, each for 45 minutes with 30 minutes of presentations from the speakers and 15 minutes of Q&A sessions. To all the participants, if you have any questions during the presentations, please type them into the chat box and I will bring them up in the question and answer sessions. Or if you want to share your beautiful voice later on, you can ask directly to the speaker by clicking the raise hand button during the Q&A sessions. Okay, let's start the sessions. For the first, we will have Ms. Deborah Lee, PhD. Good evening, Ms. Debbie.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
Fine also, thank you. Thank you for joining us today. But before Ms. Debbie starts her presentations, allow me to introduce her. Deborah Lee, PhD, has taught English as a second language to legal professional and university students, most recently at Vanderbilt University in English Language Center for more than 25 years. Her interest includes academic writing, legal business English, and online education. As a consultant to the U.S. State Department, she served as an English language specialist, providing teacher training, materials development, technology integration, and legal English program, working in Serbia, Indonesia, Ukraine, Jordan, Egypt, and China. Her experience also includes directing the development of an online language program in Southeastern Europe, directing the Legal Writing Center for the China program at Temple University Beasley School of Law, and serving as a lecturer in English for specific purposes at the University of Augsburg, Germany. In 2020, as an adjunct lecturer at Vanderbilt Law School, she won the Hal Hartman Award for Outstanding Teacher teaching in the LLM program. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Ms. Debbie. She will deliver a paper entitled The Future of Technology-Assisted Learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Debbie.
Thank you, everyone. I am very pleased to be here, and thank you to the Faculty of Economics at the University of Negritas for inviting me. And I am going to share my screen. It's interesting to hear myself over and over. So, hold one. Yes, I wanted to share the whole screen because there are several things I'm going to show you throughout the presentation. So, I want to talk about, as one of the things that you mentioned, what we can learn from the pandemic. And a lot of this has started pre-pandemic, but the pandemic accelerated the need to use technology-assisted learning. We were headed that way, but we went there much faster than we expected to do. So to give you a little background about myself, I work at Vanderbilt University Law School. It is one of the top 20 law schools in the United States, also in terms of universities. It has a lot of technology. It was in place pre-pandemic, but it still struggled. When suddenly a pandemic causes an entire university to go online in the span of a week, any university struggles. And that's one of the things that I want to make sure that everyone understands. I wanted to give you a timeline of what we did as we started going forward. And on February 28th of 2020, we first noticed, even though we'd heard about the pandemic, of course, it started to impact us at Vanderbilt. We were told we couldn't travel internationally anymore. March 5th, so not very much later, we had our first COVID case confirmed in Tennessee. And I want to make sure you can hear me. Can everyone hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I lost hearing myself, so I was confused. After the 5th, on the 9th, the university canceled classes for the week. It was the week before our spring break. In the middle of spring semester, the students get a week off. Later that same day, we got a second email saying, we're not just canceling classes for the week until Friday, we're canceling classes. Well, we're going online. No, we canceled classes until the end of March to give teachers a chance to go online. March 10th, every faculty member got a pro Zoom account because many of us knew we would have to start teaching in Zoom. And because of that, we needed to know, we needed to be able, some of our classes are larger than the regular Zoom, and we needed to have access to the pro accounts. On the next day, our Center for Teaching had their first training involving putting your courses online. We had limited access to in-person training because we had already started social distancing, but the classes were recorded, and so everyone had access to them. We're lucky we have a Center for Teaching. They had done a lot of work with us in terms of online training, and so that became an essential part of how we managed to get our courses online as quickly as we did. Everybody around the world had to do this, and I think in some places there was simply a structure in place that made it simpler. And I think that's one of the things going forward, once we're finished with the pandemic, that all universities will have. We will have these contingency plans, a way to carry forward in the event that our traditional universities no longer work for whatever reason. On the 12th of March, in-person classes were canceled for the rest of the semester. Students were told on the 13th they were sent home. And we did not resume face-to-face classes until fall this year. All last year, all of our classes were online. Vanderbilt made a concerted effort to ensure that students could come to class. I think from a faculty perspective, sometimes we've gone a little too far in making sure it's face-to-face, in the sense that if a faculty member, if I got COVID, for example, I would have to make up those classes. I couldn't teach them via Zoom if I had a mild COVID case, but that's something that universities are still working through, how to handle going back face-to-face, because that's what students seem to want, while at the same time being able to utilize online resources. And a positive thing about Vanderbilt, in order to attend the university, it's not true across the United States, students have to be vaccinated, as do faculty and staff. 96% of the students and faculty and staff at Vanderbilt are vaccinated. There are some exceptions for medical reasons, of course, but and we have a COVID dashboard that lets us know, that tracks cases, and there is definite tracking of cases. They do random testing of faculty, staff, and students weekly. So we're trying to keep it as contained as possible, even though there are many people, I live in the southern part of the United States, who would love to think the pandemic is over. It is not over. We are still working through how we continue through the pandemic and hopefully post-pandemic. So let's talk about the future of technology. One of the things that I really enjoyed that Paul LeBlanc, who's president of Southern New Hampshire University, said was that in a volatile world, rigid equals brittle, and institutions that cannot figure out how to work differently may not work at all. And we're seeing that now. We saw that in less well-funded institutions because enrollment dropped considerably in the United States during 2020. And we're seeing that the rigid institutions, the ones that don't want to change, are not doing as well now. One of the things that changes education are changing business models, and remote work has been embraced in the United States and elsewhere. The COVID-19 outbreak led to 82% of company leaders intend to allow remote work at least some of the time, even after the pandemic. 47% intend to allow employees to work remotely full-time, and 36%, up from just 12%, said they don't care where their workers work. They can be international, but they will allow them to be 100% remote. That was not true pre-pandemic. So one of the other things in looking at some McKinsey reports about best performing companies during the pandemic, organizational resilience were the companies that did well during the pandemic. They succeeded despite the pandemic. And basically what was discovered that they were much more likely to absorb and adopt new collaboration technologies within the organization than those who did not do well. And so the organizational resilience responded to this survey from McKinsey. They were more productive because of employee training on virtual working technologies, 56% for the successful organizations to 24% of the non-successful. And I think that also applies to universities. And notice it says employee training. One of the things I will focus on today is faculty training. Faculty members must be trained to use the technology that they need to go forward, as do students. And if we don't do that, we're not being a resilient organization. All right. So fall 2020 readiness issues from an IT perspective. If you look at IT people, it's from EDUCAUSE, they work in education. 83% said we had to improve the use of instructional tools. 76 said we have to increase work with instructional and learning designers. And I think that means all universities have to increase maybe the size. And certainly if you don't have an instructional and learning design department like the Center for Teaching that we have at Vanderbilt, that's something to consider. They all, 75% said we had to improve online teaching and online class design. And I'm sure those of us who suddenly had to go online understand how true that is, and also understand the time it takes to develop a quality online course, which we weren't given the chance to do during the pandemic, but now we have more time. And as we go forward, we can think about how we would develop that quality course to prepare for the next emergency situation. So, of course, administratively, that's important too, policies. The one that I think is important that the IT people mentioned at 40% is humanizing online learning. Students, not all students, some students like the flexibility of online learning, others prefer to be on a campus, and that's why universities are going as quickly as they can back to on-campus learning. But the students who don't enjoy the campus learning as much, I think if universities don't find a way to capture those students, we'll continue to have issues with retention of students and lowering enrollments. So let's talk first about the broad strokes of trends in the use of technology. And I wanted to ask you guys to go to menti.com if you could, and tell me what you think the most pressing problem is in technology. Assisted education is the lack of. And all you do, you can use your phone. You can go to menti.com and use the code that is listed here and let me know what you think. And I will let you know what you have said. So if you guys will do that for me, and I will wait to see, and just pick your answer. So, yes, I see a hand that's raised. If you can speak. I saw a raised hand if somebody wants to, or if you have something in chat that you would like to say. Can you access the menti.com with the code, or is that a problem? I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see you, so you can tell me if there's a problem or not. Were you able to go to menti.com?
Yes. We can access it.
I'm seeing chat now. Yes, all right. So I'm going to switch share, and I am going to share my entire screen so I can go to Menti. To see what you are saying. This is when technology makes me crazy, you guys. All right. Just one sec. Aha, internet access. I see a lot of you saying internet access. And definitely when you look at the studies, lack of internet access is problematic. You can see here how you guys are voting. The programs that do the best are those that have access to the internet, and the students have suitable laptops, and the teachers know how to use the tools. And so that's one thing I think as we go forward that universities and governments, not just universities, have to consider. We have pockets in the United States where we had serious issues with students having access to the internet. And one of the things that happened, schools started when they had the funding, putting hotspots around cities or around towns, communities, so students could get online. So it is a problem around the world, depending on your location. And it looks like that is the biggest problem that I'm seeing from the people who are voting. Access to the appropriate teaching tools comes in a second that is far down the list from internet access. Another study showed that using a tablet or a phone versus a laptop was not as effective as having a laptop. And so the type of device that the students have access to can also make a difference. All right. So it looks like very clearly internet access is an issue. And I think that is one thing that as faculty members and as educators, we have to work with our governments to see what we can do. There was a lot of pushback in the United States by the communities who did not have access for their students. We are now talking about social access and social equity in terms of students, especially in our disadvantaged communities who don't have access to internet or computers, and how that has impacted their ability to function during the pandemic. And it is something that we're still working out. And it's a solution that will be a long time coming. It's a shame that we had to suddenly hit this issue only because of a pandemic. But I think it's something that every country, every university, every government has to consider as we move forward. Because one of the things that will continue to happen post-pandemic is the widespread adoption of hybrid courses. Hybrid courses means basically there's flexible movement between in-person and online classes to minimize disruptions. If you've already got a course that is online, at least partially, and something like the pandemic occurs again, which I think we have to consider might happen, then if we have hybrid courses, we have the flexibility, we're not as rigid, and we're more easily adaptable to problems that happen. When we develop those hybrid courses, we have to focus on methodology and quality of the courses. Just throwing a course online, just putting readings, without taking care to ensure that students are able to interact and that there's social discourse inside the class, that we meet the objectives that we have for each class that we teach, then we're not creating a quality course. Many schools have moved to use of learning management systems. Learning management systems are just one part of going online. They're useful. They tend to be a little static. They're not as interactive as online courses should be. Building an online course that's interactive takes work from the technologist point and from the faculty point in sharing with the technologist what needs to be done, and also in faculty members taking on themselves learning what tools are out there that they can work with the technology people in their universities to decide how they can move forward. We also have to think about adoption of webinar technology like we're doing in this video, Zoom. I think Zoom has done a great job in moving forward, improving their platform. Of course, there are other platforms out there, but Zoom does basically a good job. I think there's more that could be done, but those types of platforms that are used by industry are much more expensive, like WebEx, which I've used that from years back. But it's also expensive. Zoom is not. And I think we have to look at Zoom and products like this that have free versions, or at least a free portion of a version, that we can adopt. It's like using open educational resources, which is another thing I will talk about today. We also need faculty and student development on the technology use and on the benefits of technology use. There's a lot of resistance by both faculty and students to incorporating technology. I see that in faculty members at my university, in the law school. They've had problems incorporating it during the last year, so they feel uncomfortable with it. They say they don't have the time to learn it. But I think we have to work, those of us who love technology like I do, have to work with these people to show them the benefits of the technology, and that once you learn it, you spend a little time learning it, it does make things easier for you. It is not more difficult. And I think that's one of the things that our IT departments could do in training for faculty members and for students. So here's an example of a successful hybrid course in management out of the University of Wichita. Dr. Holland teaches a course on training and development. 50% of her classroom is face-to-face, 50% is online. She uses it to model training principles, coaching, and service and training project directed. And on the next slide, she shows how she goes back and forth between the face-to-face classroom and the online outside classroom. One of the things that I like about face-to-face classrooms is the social interaction that the students have with one another, and that the teacher interaction that I have that I can achieve more easily in that face-to-face classroom than I can in an online classroom. I have to work harder to have that interaction when the class is online. It's possible, but because I became a teacher during the face-to-face era, it's easier for me to do it to have social interaction, or to incorporate that in my class between students and between me and my students face-to-face. But with things like Zoom breakout rooms, you can still do that if you're only online. But building trust among group members and in the classroom, I find essential as a faculty member, because then I get students who are willing to take more risks and answer questions and do projects that they might feel uncomfortable with, because they trust their fellow classmates and their professor. And so that's one of the things that's very important in Dr. Holland's class. And the students work outside of class or online to build their modules. They're creating a manual for training. They get clarification. They have in-class team meetings. Then they apply the concepts, work again, create the manual, develop a prototype, come back, get feedback, go back and modify, come back, present again. So a lot of what is done in the face-to-face class is not lecture. It's working together on projects they've started outside of class. And I think that's a very good hybrid class. It's a little like a flipped classroom. A flipped classroom is where students do the reading before and then they work on projects in the class to incorporate those concepts. And that can work very well in many instances. I flipped some of my writing classes where I have them write during class because I want them to collaborate together on the writing, to talk about what works and what doesn't. They go outside of class, they revise their writing, they come back in, we share it online, and we talk about what they've done. And that sort of thing, that hybrid working together, posting things on your learning management system so people can see what people are putting up, maybe adapt what they're writing because they're learning from their colleagues or their classmates. I think that's very helpful. We're also going to see in broad strokes more increased use of learning technologies. It's become much more widely adopted, all sorts of technologies from learning management systems to Zoom classrooms to using Google Docs and Google Classroom to create classes to using things like WhatsApp or Twitter. We are doing what we can to engage our students and keep our classes going forward. So the use of tools is going to become essential despite resistance, whether that's institutional or faculty driven. I still see faculty at the law school, and Vanderbilt is pretty tech savvy. We have all sorts of tech tools in our classrooms. There are still faculty who resist because they don't like technology. That is not how they've taught. They don't want to learn. And I think administrators have to find a way to make it easier for faculty to adopt the technology. Then that may involve giving them the time to learn them. So team-based platforms, we use Slack now in the workforce, or in social groups now. Microsoft Teams, I know, are used everywhere. Virtual classrooms like Zoom also work. And we also, as we go forward with learning technologies, things will change. We will get entirely new learning technologies as we work with technology, as we work with IT people to figure out how to best help our students learn online. So one of the things I wanted to show you, because as we go through, we have to think about the tools that we might be able to see. And one of the things that I always look at when I'm looking for a particular tool, or I want to do an activity and I don't know what tool will help me, and maybe the one they have at my university for polling, I don't like very much. So I go out and look at other polling software to see what will work for me, because our choice of tools at Vanderbilt is considered part of our academic freedom for our own classes. We can do what works in our classes, which I'm thankful for. But Jane Hart, who runs the Center for Performance and for Learning and Performance Technologies in the UK, every year does a survey of people who use technology in industry, for personal learning, and for education, and comes up with new platforms. This is her platform by category, from video meeting platforms, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Flipgrid, etc. And she also does it by education. And I tend to look at both. For 2021, these were the top 10 educational tools that people use. And I have to say, I use all of them except Google Classroom and Google Meet. That's because we have a learning management system at Vanderbilt that I know how to use. I have nothing against either one of them, right? I just don't need to use them. YouTube, I post videos for my students. If I need to show them how to do something like format a paper in the US legal memo style that they don't know how to do, it's easier for me, instead of taking classroom time, if it's only about formatting a paper, to create a short video. And You can find ways to do that online that are free. I use Screencast-O-Matic. It's free. If you do a 15-minute video, and a 15-minute video is too long, if I have second language learners, that's who I teach. My focus is on international Master of Law students when I teach. So looking at a tool like this can be very helpful for you as you are trying to decide what works in your class as you're looking at learning technologies. So online faculty development, so faculty, and by this I mean not just we need to teach faculty how to teach online, we need to teach faculty online. So our faculty development, the training moves online. A lot of universities have done this, which makes it very useful for everyone around the world. Many times they have put these online training programs online that are open access for everyone to use. And I have some resources for you. TopKit and the University of Central Florida, these started pre-pandemic, but they're still very useful. Vanderbilt has courses online that are extremely useful for designing online courses. All of this, the problem is, of course, it focuses on Brightspace. That's our learning management system. But that being said, if you click on the first page, you get ideas about design, about teaching, about principles and resources, how to evaluate. These classes are free for anyone. And that's what I like that happened during the pandemic. Universities got together, the IT departments, the teaching departments, put things online to teach teachers how to move courses online, and they made them open. Most of them are open, most of them are not closed. And I think that can be extraordinarily useful for all universities, all teachers as we go forward. So now to get into nitty-gritty trends, because I know you're interested in that too. The nitty-gritty, the tiny things, those were the overviews. We've got to go move faculty training online, hybrid courses, increased use of learning technologies. I think we would have all agreed about that prior. U.S. universities are at a crossroads, and I think that's probably true not just in the U.S., but in other countries. Our enrollment was down 4% in fall 2020, and the real problem is we had 13% fewer first-year students. We also have problems with a reversal of the genders coming to college. Male students in the U.S. we have many fewer male students than we did in the 1970s. In the 70s, we had more male students than females. Now we have more female students. It's almost like a 60 to 40% split. 60% females in college, 40% males. Universities are concerned about that. Males are going into the workforce instead of coming to college. And so they have to consider how to fix that. Declining enrollment means declining funds for the universities, also problematic. And enrollments are expected to continue to decline because we have fewer students graduating from high schools. So the demographic factors. Potential solutions, again, the hybrid campuses. Identify classes that can be both online and enable social learning. And flexible academic calendars can be useful. Mini-mesters, short courses. We had that pre-pandemic. They're becoming more prevalent post-pandemic. As we move back to the classroom, some students don't want to spend full semesters. Others do. Others want to work. So we're trying to figure out how to move forward with that. Industry standards training. We're talking about CRE degrees. We're giving students industry credentials while they're doing a regular bachelor's degree at the university or master's degree. And universities have started cross-sharing platforms. They started sharing more information. They're also working more with the industry. So, another thing, and this is the one that sort of blows my mind as much as I like technology, is the increasing use of artificial intelligence. Every report I read talks about artificial intelligence as a huge growth prospect in higher education. And basically, artificial intelligence are computer systems that undertake tasks usually thought to require human cognitive processes and decision-making capabilities. Think Siri. Those of you who used Siri way back when Siri started on your iPhones probably see a difference in Siri now. Siri, when she first came out, was basically impossible to get an answer about anything. Now she's a little better. And I don't know if you know chatbots. Chatbots are sometimes, if you go to different websites, it depends on the company, it depends on the university, a little window will pop up and ask if you want to chat. And sometimes that's not a human, it's what's called a chatbot. And for easy questions, for the questions that have simple answers, chatbots can be useful. I personally really dislike them. But I think it's maybe because I have more complicated questions because I've tried to get the research first. But I think it's something that will continue. Automated grading, artificial intelligence, we already have that for multiple choice exams. They talk about creating, and I've seen examples of programs that say they can grade writing. As a writing instructor, I would love to have an artificial intelligence program that could grade my writing papers, at least partially. I haven't seen that actually work well yet, but things change quickly in the field of technology. So I'm hoping that I will see that happen while I'm still teaching. Bot mentors, if we identify, and this is connected with the next slide, which is big data. Big data is huge. The move to learning management systems means we have a lot of data on students at universities. There are disadvantages to it. There are ethical issues that universities struggle with about transparency. Who owns the data? Who has access to the data? Is it reliable? And students' responsibility and agency in what they choose to do in the classrooms. So advantages of big data is early detection of student problems, like lack of engagement in a course. If students are not engaged, we can assign them a bot mentor if it's available at the university. That's coming, but it's still in its early stages. And also we can use that data for evidence-based positive action in classrooms. We can look to see what modules the students found more engaging, they spent more time in, and that can help us as we develop more. Even though that data is available, a lot of us as faculty members don't spend the time analyzing that data like we should. Time is always a factor. I think that those of you who are faculty members understand that. So my favorite of the current future trends
Sorry
is this
to
idea of
interrupt, Ms. Debbie.
micro-credentialing.
Excuse me.
Basically, it's short and
Excuse
intensive
me, Ms.
courses
Debbie.
for a credential, potentially for college credit. And
Excuse me, Ms.
it's
Debbie.
universities adopting the business training model, where when you work for a company like Microsoft or Google, you get different credentials based on your job and what is needed, and that is paid for by the company. Well, now companies and universities are cashing in on that training idea, and there are courses that they're calling pre-degrees, which means there are credentials associated with the degree. So when a student graduates from a university, they have the credentials that these businesses are looking for.
Sorry,
a lot
Ms.
of
Debbie.
micro-credentialing courses are done through MOOCs. And one of my favorites...
Sorry, Ms. Debbie. I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. You have 3 minutes left.
All right, I will talk fast.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I will finish with what I'm doing. I like this. I will share the PowerPoint with you. Open educational resources, very important. Students, universities are moving in this direction. I just had a talk with the University of Michigan Press about moving to e-singles, which are very inexpensive textbook forms that teachers and universities can choose e-singles to use. I think that's a move in the right direction. There are lists that are in this PowerPoint that will be shared with everyone by the staff that I have provided here, so you can get textbooks, Rice University, good university, lots of textbooks. Here's one on business ethics that can be used around the world at no cost. Students hate paying for textbooks. They've gotten expensive. Quality online learning. This Canvas course evaluation checklist, they allow you to download it to a Google Doc. It's a free download. It has been criticized as not being as good as Quality Matters and the Blackboard Exemplary Course rubric. I actually use it because I find it easier to use. I find it more accessible to faculty members who don't spend a lot of time on technology. Student engagement, you guys, I'm all about student engagement in online courses. We have to find a way to develop it. We do that with things like teaching teachers how to use technology well, because if it's not used correctly, it's not effective. And students have to have the right devices. They have to have the fast internet. I know you guys think that's one of the problems, but teachers have to have the skills, professional development, and time to integrate digital devices into instruction. Without that, it doesn't work. Here are some resources. Back channeling simply means students can talk during class, after class about what went on. Zoom chat is a back channel. Here are sources, resources for you guys as you move forward in thinking about technology and how you can use it in your classrooms. But here's an invitation to everyone here. I have started preliminarily an online, what I would like to see as a personal learning network, a PLN, for people who are interested in online learning and in using technology. And I've started it on Google Drive. I have made it open. If any of you are interested in becoming part of that community, please email me, and we can create, as I heard the rector say, one of the things we're looking for is a way to continue this conversation, to share what we have. And I want to end on that and open this to questions, because I'm sure you have questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Debbie, for your presentations. Maybe we can explore more in the question and answer sessions, but before that, maybe I would like to highlight it a little bit about what Ms. Debbie has mentioned, that the COVID-19 pandemic is still here, and we are still facing, and it increased the trends of using technology, especially in education. It widespread adoption of hybrid courses with increase of the use of learning technology like video conferencing, team-based platforms, and virtual classrooms. You also mentioned about the need of technology training for the faculty member. And we also know that the internet access become one of the biggest or the main problem related to the online learning, which means that the government needs to improve or solve this problem. Okay, we will now invite the participants to ask questions. You can click the raise hand button to directly ask to Ms. Debbie, or you can write the questions in the chat box. It looks like we already have a question. The first is from Mr. Mahindra. He asked about one of the biggest challenges in online learning or hybrid online learning is getting teachers ready to adopt the technology. What is the most appropriate strategy to encourage teachers to adopt online learning platforms who are reluctant to learning and adapt to the learning technology? Maybe you can...
I think one of the easiest ways is to show them how effective it is, and that's where we can use the big data. When we have students and they talk about how much more engaging a lecture is because of the use of technology, and teachers can actually see that in action, I think that helps. But I also think we have to be patient with teachers who don't want to incorporate it. Technology can be very frightening to people who don't find it as much fun as others. For me, not knowing how to use it is just part of the game of learning technology. That is not true for everyone. And so we have to use patience. We have to show how our students appreciate it, and we have to show how effective it is with data. And that data is out there when you look at the studies that have been done. And we just have to have the training available and the time. You may have to give students, not students, you may have to give faculty course releases, but still pay them so they learn how to use technology.
Okay. Another questions. I think some of the questions related to the internet access from Ms. Yeni and Muhammad Raihan. The problem faced by Indonesian academician is the high cost of internet access and also the availability of good signal. What strategy can you suggest to be able holding e-learning with such situations? And Muhammad Raihan emphasized on that Indonesia is very wide and each region has different internet quality. How can students in area with poor internet connection be able to take online lessons optimally?
That was a problem here in the United States also. One of the things that schools had to do, but it cost the schools money, and they had to try to get that extra funding from the government, was they put hotspots around for the students who did not have the internet access. They also created checkout programs where the school bought tablets or laptops for the students, so the students could check a laptop out. They didn't have to buy their own. It's always a question of cost. And so then you have to balance, if they can't attend university at all, or if you've had to cancel face-to-face classes, do you do nothing, or do you try to put the funding in to try to put the hotspots in? Yes, it's expensive, but it becomes a balancing act. There's no good answer to that question. We have the same issues. I can tell you what we did here. I think what you do in Indonesia will depend upon the university, the cost of the access, and what your government's willing to do.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Kayla Talita. She asked about what do you think is an effective way of learning and how to apply it. And then another question from Afandi Fajar. One of the problems of e-learning is the lack of interactions between educations, or maybe the educators and the students. How to solve the problem? And then maybe it also related online studying. It's from Muhammad Farhan. He asked about online studying make him bored because we just see the laptop or the screen. So how to make online studying happier for the students, maybe?
I've seen teachers talk about that. I mean, truthfully, I've seen students get absolutely bored. You can see it in their faces if you've got a Zoom call going on. And if just sitting reading the screen, if I do that, I get bored too. I have about a 10-minute limit for anything online in terms of a video, or I want to get up and walk around. And we've got to consider that when we're designing our course. When I'm teaching online, I try to intersperse things that students must do as part of the class, whether I put them in breakout rooms, whether I have them do a poll, whether I have them use Padlet to create a chart, if I use Canva to have them create an infographic. I intersperse that as we're working. You cannot just do a lecture online. It is deadly. All right, it's not useful for the students to just sit and listen to you in an online format. You have to intersperse it with interactive activities. Otherwise, it is pretty boring. Let's be honest.
Okay, we have another question from a senior high school teacher, Erian Dwi Susanti. She mentioned that I have many problems to implement blended learning. One of them is students in school get more knowledge and more understand than students who are learning at home. So what can I do to give some learning, some attention, and equality in many things? And
I think one of the things you have to do for students who are learning online is they're going to probably have to do more task-based or project-based learning, where you are having them create things like timelines or use Canva, that they have to create infographics, so they have to sort through a lot of different materials to synthesize information that maybe you are able to provide your students in class. There are lots of programs out there that help with science and math. There's a timeline program in one of the resources that's in my PowerPoint that students can build their own. There are activities that you use Google Forms to create escape room activities. I actually have my students build those. Why? Because they learn about the book, the novel that I'm having them create an escape room, that you have to answer the questions correctly to leave, and they also learn the technology which helps them later when they get to the workforce. So you have to really think, what are your objectives and how can I make the online portion more interesting? Because I think you can make it interesting enough for the students that they are willing to work on it. Have them create videos about what they're doing. Let them use their cell phones. There's lots you can do.
Okay, the last two questions from Lazuardi Ibrahima and Susanti from University of Pendidikan Indonesia. Lazuardi asks, is it any way to measure the quality of the course that the university provide to finally set the standard of acceptable content? Because as a student, I found that the university courses contents are far less in terms of the quality compared to what he had paid. And then Ms. Susanti asked that we know the terminology about the TPAC, Technology Pedagogical Knowledge. How can we measure the effectiveness of online learning based on TPAC? How to improve students in online learning? And how to teach the character education value in online learning?
Well, one thing, I like TPAC. I prefer community of inquiry better. Two different ways of looking at it, but the same idea. You have to have the intersection with community of inquiry. You have to have social, cognitive, and teaching presence. And the way to measure the quality of the program is to use the Quality Matters, the Blackboard collaboration tools, or the Canvas list of how to create online tools, and make sure you include all of the essentials and some of the exemplary, some of the better ways to teach online. So you have to take a look at those particular Quality Matters is expensive, but you can get the Blackboard information, you can get the Canvas information free. And then you have to incorporate that in your course building. And I think doing that, then you're going to have quality in the university, not just in paid courses.
Okay. Can we add more question? I think we still have...
I like the last one. How can we stay productive during a lecture like this?
Okay.
I should have incorporated more things for you guys to do. I was worried about the technology and the access to it. That's why I only did one Menti thing. Normally when I teach online, I have lots more interactive activities. And I stop and I ask the students if they have questions. But in a conference, it's slightly different. I think there are over 900 participants. That makes it a little more difficult.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Debbie. I believe we still have lots of issues or questions to discuss, but unfortunately we have time constraint. So we are running out of time for this sessions, and I have to close the Q&A sessions. I think this is the end of the first sessions, but a little bit to summarize the discussions, like what Ms. Debbie mentioned before, that facing the pandemic, I think that we are still going to face it. We don't know when it will end. So one of the important thing in online in education is about online learning, and though we understand that there's an internet access boundaries about the connectivity or maybe the internet connections, I think that Ms. Debbie says that it not only happened in Indonesia, but even in United States. So maybe we still have to work hard, especially for the government, maybe to provide more internet access to improve our educations in the pandemic era. Thank you so much, Ms. Debbie, for giving us the insightful knowledge. As an appreciations, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give a certificate of appreciations to Ms. Debbie for being our speaker in this conference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. And
Okay,
thank you for all of the questions.
Yeah, the participants is really active. Hope to see the participation in the next session also. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Ms. Debbie. Hope to see you in our next event.
Thank you.
Now we continue to the second session. We have Professor Ruzita Jusof, PhD, from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, can you hear me well?
How are you?
I'm good, Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, okay.
Can you hear me well?
Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here, Professor. Before Professor Rosita starts her presentations, allow me to briefly introduce her. Professor Rosita Jusof, PhD, is a professor at Department of Accounting, Faculty of Business and Economics, University of Malaya, Malaysia. She gained her master from University of Missouri, Kansas, USA in 1988 and PhD from University Sains, Malaysia in 2006. Her area of expertise and research interest includes management accounting and control systems, performance measurement and management, balance scorecard, and costing techniques. Her research track record has been demonstrated by winning and successfully delivering several research grants from funding agencies, both inside and outside from the university. With more than 20 years experience in teaching and research, she has successfully completed a supervision more than 30 doctoral students. She has published more than 60 papers in referred academic journals and conference proceedings, books, and chapter books. In 2019, she received the Emerald Award for Excellence for an outstanding paper entitled Intellectual Capital and Performance Measurement Systems in Iran. It was written in Journal of Intellectual Capital, Emerald Group Publishing, 2019. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Rosita. She will deliver a speech, a paper entitled Strategic Levers for Business to Survive and Thrive Through COVID-19 and Beyond. To Professor Rosita, for the next 30 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Okay, for your kind introduction, yeah. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me very well. Okay, now let me share with you my screen for today's presentation. Hope you can see it.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. again, I would like to thank the organizer for asking me to present in this conference. So today I would like to share some insights into how businesses can survive and thrive during COVID and also after the COVID pandemic. I know all of us know that business will not only aim to survive and revive, but also they aim to thrive after the pandemic. The truth is, COVID-19 pandemic is reshaping the global businesses landscape and fundamentally changing how business operates. So we need to understand how companies cope with the pandemic and position themselves in the next normal. So the next normal here refers to post-COVID business environment. We know that actions that companies are taking right now to address COVID-19 can actually have a major impact on their long-term competitiveness and performance. So today, I would like to share with you some of the strategic priorities or levers that businesses can take to actually manage and operate their businesses. Excuse me. Okay, so for the presentation outline, I will share with you some information about the industries affected by COVID-19 pandemic, and also I will share with you the stages of performance improvement or value transformation that we currently having due to the pandemic, and also from the perspective of accounting or in particular management accounting, I would like to share with you some strategic priorities or levers that companies can undertake to manage their operations. For example, I'm going to talk about how businesses can manage their costs, how they can manage cash flows or liquidity, how they can leverage digital technologies, and also how they can manage performance and compensation, and also maybe some of how they can actually other strategies that they can actually revive their businesses. So hopefully by this presentation can gain some insightful knowledge about how businesses can survive and thrive during the pandemic. Okay, so we all know that businesses have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. Especially the SMEs, which is the small and medium enterprises. SMEs are most affected by this pandemic. And among the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemics are, we can see that businesses have declined in revenues, drop in consumer demand, their profitability affected, the run out of cash, inability to pay debts or bank loans, and also their supply chain disrupted, workforce restructuring, production or factory may be shut down. So these are among the impacts due to COVID-19. And from Deloitte survey 2020, they found that there is a drop in consumer demand among global businesses when they conducted the survey on countries on businesses in 13 countries, including Europe, Latin America, and also in Asia Pacific. They found that consumer demand is the top external challenge that businesses are facing now, and also among the top internal challenge that the global businesses are facing now is in terms of how they can adjust their cost structure. So that's why in my presentation today, I will focus more on the cost management. We know that uncertainty still remains about how business will finally re-emerge and what markets will look like in the next normal, which is the post-COVID business environment. So the most important thing is that for the businesses to have resilience, to be agile, and also to have some speed in their in making their businesses or in operating their businesses. So these are I believe these are the three characteristics of that the businesses can take in order for them to move forward and successful in their operations. Okay, and later I would like to share with you. Sorry, I should share the screen, like slideshow, but it doesn't come out. Oh, sorry. Okay. So next is about the industries. What kind of industries have been impacted by this pandemic? So among the manufacturing sectors, consumer goods, chemicals, metals, and machinery, information technology, and electronics are hardest hit by the pandemic. And in fact, industries with labor intensive also would be harder hit by this pandemic. Besides that, those highly automated industries such as semiconductors and electronics, the impact could be limited. Why? Because they use more automated process. So because of that, they don't rely on labor. So in this case, the impact could be limited. Other industries that are impacted by COVID include retail stores and leisure facilities like cinemas, for example, public transport services such as airline industries. So we know that airline industries is hardest hit by this pandemic, and also tourism and hospitality industry. So we see that these industries are quite bleak because they are hardest hit by the pandemic. And last but not least is also construction industry. However, on the positive side, we see that a number of industries are actually having good time right now, even though we are facing with the pandemic. Those industries in medical, technology, telecommunication, pharmaceuticals, insurance, and software IT services, they are not actually facing serious problems. Why? Because we know that during the pandemic, for example, we're talking about medical, during the pandemic, this is the product that all of us are looking for, So because of that, they are not really affected by the pandemic. Okay, next. Okay, if you look at this survey by IBM in 2020, they focus on the one characteristic, one criteria, one criteria that they use to assess whether the company is having issues or not. Is they are looking at the resiliency. So in this case, like I mentioned just now, those companies in insurance companies and also in telecommunication industries and also perhaps in oil marketing companies, they are facing issues but not so structural. That means they are not hardest hit by this pandemic. So that means in terms of resilience, they have a higher level of resilience. Okay, they are able to act fast. Okay, when they are facing these problems. And then for the companies or industries that having medium resilience, companies like retailers, okay, banks, electronics integrated in supply chain, so power distribution, they may be medium here in terms of resilience. But for airlines, they are considered as having very low resilience. Okay. So especially airlines industries, and also his hospitality. So this is some information for you that you can see that the industry impacts can vary, okay, from industry to industry. Okay, talking about stages of performance improvement. Okay. Or value transformation, we can categorize the stages here into three. The first one is about response, and this is the initial stage. The initial stage here is whereby companies respond, how they can respond to the pandemic, and this stage can last about 3 months. Okay. and maybe more for small companies. And in this stage, the revenue growth is about 50% globally. So there is a survey by Deloitte here that they show that the focus in this stage is for the revenue growth is only 55%, but it gets increasing as the companies transform into recover and also into thrive stages. Yeah. So we can see that in the recover stage, the revenue growth becomes 58% globally. That means 58% of the companies globally are facing revenue growth during the recover stage. But in thrive stage, the percentage gets more, increasing. In this case, we see that 74% of companies globally has facing revenue growth. And for the response stage, the main focus during this stage is more on liquidity. That means how they can actually manage their cash or cash perseverance here. So in this case, it's very important that companies are able to manage the cost and also able to manage their liquidity or short-term liquidity in this case. And as they move to recover stage, the focus will be more on building flexibility and seek opportunities. So during this stage, there is an increasing use of IT or digital technologies, whereby they can start with designing their process and also workflow. So in order to cope with the pandemic. And also during the thrive stage, the focus will be more on the investment. So why we need to invest? Because we need to get our business to grow. So we need to invest in more sophisticated IT or digital technologies. Or maybe this is the time that you need to think of how to automate your process. Okay. So in this case, the strategic priorities for all the stages can be the same. Okay. So the strategic priorities can include cost management, how to manage growth, how to manage your talent, how to capitalize your IT and also digital technology. But the intensity of the focus will be accelerating as you move from respond to recover and also to thrive stage. Okay, so that's about the stage of performance improvement improvement or value transformation. Yeah. Okay, now let me focus on cost management. This is my first strategic priorities. According to a survey by IBM, they found that cost management is the top priority. Okay, and this finding is shared by Deloitte survey in 2020, whereby they also found that globally companies, 60% of the companies expect to undertake cost reduction initiative over the next 12 months. And in Malaysia, there is a study. In 2020 done by PwC, where they found that companies also think that cost containment is the top financial action companies are considering now. Okay, so because of that, in my presentation, I will focus on the cost management of cost reduction strategies. Okay, why we need to cut costs? Why we need to manage costs? Of course, one of the immediate implication of having cost cutting is that you are able to reduce your selling price, and at the same time you are able to grow your revenue, because at a lower price there will be an increasing sales and also an increasing profit. So because of that, performance of the business can improve due to cost cutting. However, you must take note that cost cutting, it's a focus on value value transformation as well. So what we mean by value transformation in this case? It is a way to organize and run a business that lower costs and makes it more viable, while enabling investment so the company is positioned for growth. So in other words, besides cost cutting, you also need to look at the group, okay, the growth of the company. So that means you cannot simply cut a cost across the board, yeah, okay, because you have to have a balance here between value transformation with cost cutting. So that because usually companies face the temptation to cut costs in blind, or simply cut the cost in blinds, but ignoring the value transformation. So in this case, there must be a balance here between the cost cutting with the new investment, new ideas, and also new ways of doing things. So cannot just simply cut costs across the board. Okay, next. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about because my area is management accounting, so I'm going to touch a little bit on cost strategic management. Okay, strategic cost management here. What we mean by strategic cost management? Yeah. Okay, it's a deliberate decision making aim at aligning the firm's cost structure with its strategy and optimizing the performance of the strategy. So in this case, whatever strategy that companies adopt, the cost structure should be appropriate for that kind of strategy that the company follows. Yeah? So in this case, in management accounting or in strategic cost management, there are two forms of cost reduction here. It's either a structural cost management or executional cost management. So we can say that structural cost management is a long-term cost management, whereby it looks at how we can organization can design their product and also their process. So more of looking at the attributes changes and also design features changes and also the characteristics of the product. So it may take a long time to do this structural change to the cost. Yeah? And the more short-term approach is called executional cost management, whereby this is done or take place during the operating activities or with operating activities with the aim to manage the cost or to reduce the cost. So in this case, it could be that small change to the cost can happen. For example, here you're doing variance analysis, you do analysis of cost drivers, and also you do value analysis. So value analysis, which I'm going to talk after this, is one of the method that you can use under executional cost management. Yeah? Okay, next. As we all know, especially for accounting students, yeah, okay, when you use cost management, you are actually trying to get rid of inefficiencies. Okay, so by getting rid of inefficiencies, you are able to reduce the cost, and then because of that, by reducing the cost, you are able to actually save some cost for your future growth. So in this case, companies is required to be proactive to become more competitive in the pandemic and competitive environment. So in this case, before you do the cost cutting, okay, so these are some of the questions that you need to ask, okay, before you actually do the cost cutting, because you cannot do cost cutting across the board, okay, so you have to be selective. So you have to find the areas, which areas that you need to do the cost cutting. For example, what are your company's must-haves? What are the things you need to invest into in order to stay on a path towards growth? Are these priorities sustainable? Okay. What kind of expense is this? Should we spend it? So all these questions must be asked, okay, before you actually do the cost cutting. Okay. So next is about, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit about, very briefly about cost management techniques here that businesses can do, yeah, okay. Value analysis, value engineering, and functional analysis. And all these techniques, all these three approaches, comprising a systematic way to cut the cost, and it's performed by an investigation team here. And this investigation team comprises several people from several functions. They may include people from production people, from engineering people, from procurement, or maybe from human resource, okay? So all these people will be together in a team, okay, to discuss of how to actually cut the cost, yeah? To find ways and also to create new ideas, okay? Because the cost cutting here must be done innovatively. So you need to find new ways or new ideas to reduce the cost that allow reduction, change, or modifications in the existing components or your products. Okay, so let me briefly discuss about, okay, this slide tells us some of the benefits that you can have after you do the cost management, which I already mentioned just now, yeah, and I can skip this. And then when it comes to value analysis or VA here, it's very important, okay. Actually, this VA is done when the product already in production. That means during the production, you can do VA or value analysis. So it's a tool to enhance cost efficiency by evaluating the value or functionality of the product or service, or maybe a process in relation to its cost. So by having this value analysis, you are eliminating those unnecessary costs. So normally those unnecessary costs can also be known as those non-value added costs that coming from non-value added activities. Okay, so in this case, you must make sure in cutting the cost, you must make sure you cannot sacrifice the quality. Okay, so you cannot simply say that, okay, if I cut the cost, the quality must be reduced. No, you should not do that. Because if you do that, then of course, you will see that your customers will run away from buying your products. So it's very important that besides cutting the cost, quality must be maintained, or maybe perhaps you can improve further the quality. So that is much better, yeah. But the most important thing, at least you need to maintain the quality, the same quality, even though you cut some costs. So in this case, examples of how we can cut the cost include, for example, you can change the materials to the cheaper materials, okay, and also maybe you can change the grade of the labor, okay. So in this case, you can use cheaper labor here. For example, nowadays with the pandemic, we have gig workers, GIG, gig workers is very in great demand now, yeah, okay. So because gig workers are actually temporary workers that you can pay much cheaper compared to your permanent workers, yeah. So this also can be done in order for you to reduce the cost. And also materials also you can change to a standardized component. So what I mean by standardized component is that, like say the company produces 3 products. So for 3 products here, make sure that you use the same component, okay, for all these 3 products, so that you are able to reduce the cost. So these are some examples of how cost can be managed or reduced. Okay, value chain also, the aim is also to reduce the
I'm
cost.
sorry, Professor, to interrupt.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, so in that case, I have to speed up. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So value engineering is done during the development stage rather than during the production stage. Okay, so I may skip this functional analysis because it's quite similar to the value analysis. Only that you look at the functions in order for you to reduce the cost. Yeah. Okay, so next is about cash flow or liquidity management. So you can see from this study by Oliver, yeah, they found that reduction of overtime is the main measure that companies are using to cut or to manage the cash flow, yeah. And it's shown by a Deloitte survey also that 69% of our companies are lacking of liquidity, yeah. So because of that, these are some of the measures or maybe steps that you can use to manage your cash flow, yeah. So first you need to study your trading partners, okay. whether they are able to pay, or maybe your customers also, whether they are able to pay your debts, or also whether your suppliers are having good financial position, so that you can delay the payments later on. Yeah, and also make sure that you have your own financing remains viable. That means line of credit must be maintained. So that means you are able to get your loans anytime. And the third one is about lending relationship. It's very important that you discuss with your lenders, with your creditors, whether you can delay payments or extend payables. So this is one of the ways to actually reduce the debt pressure. Okay, because during this pandemic, I believe many companies are having debt pressure. Yeah? And also, you need to revisit your capital investments. Perhaps you need to be very choosy in what area to invest. And also inventory management. Make sure that you don't keep too much inventories, because in the end you need to pay more for storage costs. Okay, so, and also of course you need to expedite debt or receivable collections from your customers. Okay, so digital technologies also is very important, like Deborah mentioned just now, not only in teaching and learning, but also for businesses. Definitely it plays a very big role. Okay. And again, you must remember that why businesses leverage digital technologies, because they are able to reduce costs. So cost management and digital technologies can work together here, so that you can have a very effective cost management in this case. Okay, and you know already that using digital technologies enable remote work, and also you are able to sell your products to more customers through digital channels. Okay, and this is my last point here regarding performance management. It's very important. You manage your employees, because employees are the backbone of any organization. You must make them happy, especially during this COVID-19. If they are happy, they are motivated, and also they are productive, they are committed to do their job or task, so that the performance of the companies can be improved. Okay, so one important thing here is that for you to understand the workers or the employees, one of the techniques that you can actually assess employees through evidence-based performance management. What I mean by this evidence-based, it is that you have to provide rich employee data for you to enable you to actually assess the performance. And this enriched data, okay, can come from good communication with the employees. Okay, and also these are some examples of how you can actually get employees to work harder here by looking at some of the key measurements here. Okay, so indeed during this pandemic especially, you need to focus more on the results. Okay, so in this case, make sure that the results that you expect the employees to perform must be achievable. Okay, that means must be realistic, especially during this COVID-19. And also you must make sure that the behavior also you need to observe, so that this also will be taken into consideration when you're assessing the performance of the employees. So behaviors in terms of how they handle the emergency and also crisis situations, how they handle work stress, for example, during this COVID-19. And also data must come from multiple sources. Definitely, to enrich your data, employee data, the information must come from various sources, like from peers, from partners, from vendors that know about your employees. Okay, so that when you evaluate the performance of your employees, you are more fair here by taking into consideration all the factors that facing the employees. Okay, so again, when it comes to compensation, make sure that you reward the employees well. Even though we are having this pandemic, even though the companies also are having difficulties in terms of cash flow, etc. So, but make sure that you manage the well-being of the employees very well. So, actually, instead of having performance evaluation towards the end, you can have more evaluations throughout the year. Okay, so that the employees are fairly evaluated. So in this case, some incentive you can give to the employees, which include temporarily reduce the number of working hours, retain employees, even though you have demands at that time, or maybe to avoid layoffs, you still need to maintain the employees, and also temporarily paid sick leave needs to be given to the employees, especially for isolation and also for treatment related to COVID-19. And most important thing is that in compensation principle, the higher the risk that the employees are facing, actually the more rewards or incentive must be given to the person or to the employees. So that is the basic principle of compensation or reward system. Okay. So other strategies that you can have, like increase your product diversification. Definitely, you can explore into new things, and also maybe you need to adjust, customize, or redesign, or innovate your product or services to meet the new customer, or maybe to the government to meet the government requirements. Especially nowadays, with regards to pandemic, I'm sure government has imposed new health and safety measures. So make sure that your products are meeting these health and safety measures, so that your products are more competitive. Okay, and also, of course, increase your network channels, okay, or network communication platforms or digital channels like using Facebook, Instagram, and also Twitter. So all these can actually methods that you can actually, or channels that you can actually promote your product so that you can have more revenues. Okay, so in conclusion, again, I must say that organizations need to quickly adapt to the and change how they operate as a business, and by managing costs, managing cash flow, managing compensation and performance, and also leverage digital technologies. So in after pandemic-19, of course, companies need to find new ways of working in the next normal. So with that, I end my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the enlightening speech. She emphasized on...
Sorry, I have to skip some of the slides. Cannot explain in detail due to the time constraint.
Okay, it's okay. We can discuss more in the question and answer session.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. She emphasized on cost management and the importance of performance management of the employee in the pandemic era. We now move to the question and answer sessions. We already have one question in the chat room from Ms. Susanti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Prof. One of the sector most affected by pandemic is the creative industry sector, most of which are SMEs, labor intensive, emphasizing creativity and intellectual intensifications, and also the leading sector in Indonesia. In your opinion, what special strategies to revive the creative industries?
You are talking about SMEs?
Yes.
How to revive the industry? I didn't get the whole question just now. Is it in the chat room?
Yes, it's in the chat room.
So can you repeat again?
Okay. So one of the most affected by pandemic in the creative industry is the creative industry sector, most of which are SMEs, labor intensive, emphasizing creativity and intellectual intensification, and also the leading sector in Indonesia. In your opinion, what special strategies to revive the creative industry?
Okay, so you are talking about creative industry. So, for example, you are talking about maybe can you give me one example of creative industry? Maybe in Indonesia, where you say that it's using a labor-oriented industry. Yeah. Okay. So I believe in general, yeah, okay, for those labor-oriented industries, like I mentioned just now, maybe it's the time now to move towards digital technologies by maybe adopt automation perhaps, okay, or robotic robotic process. So by having that, you can minimize depending on the on labor, for example, okay. So, but of course, to invest in digital technologies may take a lot of investment, okay, cash outflow. But in this case, maybe you need to find ways to get the funding or the financing to buy or to invest in these digital technologies. Okay. But maybe for SMEs, you can start from a small scale first before you can move into a larger scale. Okay, so that's about the labor intensive that I got from the question just now. But you must remember, digital technologies or IT cannot replace the human, okay, all the human tasks. So some tasks has to be done by the human. Okay, so you have to be selective in what area that you want to digitalize here. Okay, so you cannot just say that all areas must be digitalized or using IT or robotic here or automation. Yeah, so because certain tasks needs to have human to manage or to make decisions. Yeah. Okay, so I hope my answers answer the question just now. Yeah.
Okay, another questions from Ainun. Professor, Assalamualaikum, Professor. What if the product or the goods that we produce with the lowest possible cost and have thoroughly been analyzed still don't sell? It means that maybe the selling is not good about the product. What should we do with the item? And then, okay.
I understand. So that means the product that you sell is not sellable, even though you sell at a lower price. Okay, maybe the lowest price in the market. It's still not sellable. It could be that other things that you need to consider here. Perhaps your products are not attractive enough to the customers, even though you sell at a lower price. Maybe the customers do not appreciate the products at all. That's why they don't buy from you, and in fact they turn to the competitors. So that means you have to redesign again your product. Make sure that it meets the new preferences of customers. Okay, so you have to make sure that your product is innovative. By considering all the new ideas, new features that are available in the market. So perhaps this is the thing that you need to do. You have to redesign your product. So by redesigning, perhaps you need, in this case, maybe you need to have extra cost here. Okay, but again, even though it's extra cost, and of course you need to sell at a higher price, I'm sure those customers who are willing to pay, they will still pay. Okay, because they like your product, they like your design. Okay, so that is my answer to your question. Thank you.
Okay, maybe the last questions from Muhammad Farhan. It's about SMEs also. The pandemic has been facing, or we have been facing for 2 years, and he said that it's too long. And they did reduce costs, but still hard to survive. So how to survive for the small and medium enterprises in the long pandemic era, maybe in the future, because we don't know how long will we face the COVID-19.
So besides what I said just now in terms of redesigning your products, or perhaps you can abandon the product, okay, maybe venture into new things, okay, venture into new things that are more acceptable in the market nowadays. Okay, so because of that, you can inshallah survive because you look at the customers here, you look at the market. So because in the first place, when you want to introduce a product, you must make sure that you do a survey, a market study, okay, to gauge the preferences of the customers. Okay, so I'm sure any businesses must do this, okay, so that you know that the product that you produce is actually the product that the customers want and desire. Okay, so you may change your product, you may redesign your product, or maybe you completely change to a new product. So that can also help the company to stay in the business. Okay.
Okay, I think we still have questions, but unfortunately we have a time constraint because we will have Jumat prayer, so we have to be a little bit strict to the time. So I have to close this question and answer session. But before that, maybe I would like to underline some important issues that the professor had mentioned before, that dealing or facing with the pandemic era, the organization needs to quickly adopt and change how they operate. As a business, you have to manage costs and cash flows, leverage digital technologies, manage performance and compensation, engage customers and their people, produce and distribute goods and services, and plan the future, all of which requires new ways of working in the next normal. Okay, thank you so much once again to Professor
Thank you very much
for giving us insightful knowledge. As an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give a certificate of appreciations to Professor Rosita, to the committee. Okay, thank you very much,
Thank
Professor.
you very much.
We are so happy to have you here and hope to see you in our next event. Ladies and
thank you.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will continue to our third sessions of these plenary sessions. We have Dr. Moon Hussain from B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India. Good morning, Dr. Moon.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. By the grace of God, how are you?
I'm fine also, thank you. Thank you for joining us. We are very happy to have you here. And before Dr. Moon Hussain starts her presentations, allow me to briefly introduce her. Dr. Moon Hussain is an assistant professor in economics at the School of Social Science and Humanities, B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, India. Her research interest is in public finance, whereas her area of expertise includes business economics or managerial economics, Indian economic scenario, business environment, microeconomics, fundamental of economics, economics of social engineering, law of engineers, principles of economics, and Indian economy. She is currently a faculty coordinator of Crescent's Model United Nations. She also serves as a Department of Academic Audit Committee Coordinator for Economics, International Doctoral Committee member, ISO International Auditor, MBA Coordinator, and Research Coordinator for the department. And during 2020 to 2021, she completed an MOOC course of Future Learn from several reputable universities, such as University of Michigan, University of Cape Town, Griffith University, and University of Leeds and Institute of Coding. Her research track record has been demonstrated by publishing more than 25 papers in referred academic journals, conference proceedings, books, and chapter books. In September 2021, she She was awarded the Best Young Female Faculty Award organized by HR and FTA B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Moon Hussain. She will deliver a presentation entitled Economic Development, a Year Post-Pandemic Review. To Dr. Moon, for the next 30 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mrs. Arun Dharmavati, for the warm welcome and a very generous introduction. And thank you, Nigeria University, for bringing us all together today. Very warm good morning to all of you. It is my great honor to speak today at this virtual conference, hosted by Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, and co-hosted by B.S. Abdurrahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, India, along with a host of other, esteemed institutions. At the outset, I sincerely appreciate the efforts of the organizing team in putting together this virtual conference, which has now become a new normal. Before I go any further, my deepest sympathy to all those who have been affected by the virus all over the world. When you see it has been almost a decade since the global financial crisis and more than 2 decades since the Asian financial crisis and the Japan financial crisis. And today we are facing with a new crisis known as the Corona crisis, triggered by the spread of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic, it is once in a century crisis, and it has taken a terrible toll on individuals, on families, on communities, and on economies. And, these repeated crises, whether it is the global financial crisis or any other crisis for that matter, it has clearly hit people, it has hit communities with sharp inequalities of gender, of race, of, wealth, power, and so many other challenges. But what's clear across all this, all of them, all these crises, is that they have been profoundly disruptive to human well-being. And I think it's very important to recognize, that these crises, they emerge out from the very system that we humans have created. So I believe this conference, it is intended to learn from our past experience and to gain insight as to how well we can respond to the challenging situations or circumstances we are facing right now. So in this sense, the conference could have been more timely. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished guest. I think I should start sharing my slides now and jump in with this. Just let me know, ma'am, if my slides are visible. Is it visible, ma'am? Is it visible?
Yes, it's in process. Yes. We can see it right now.
Is my slide visible?
Yes, we can see it right now.
Well, the topic today, which I'm going to focus on, is shaping the post-COVID-19 development paradigm. And maybe in the next 30 minutes or so, I would like to reflect on the current health crisis, which has transformed into a devastating economic crisis. My takeaways too, first, where do we stand now? And second, a unique crisis calls for a unique response. When you see, when the year 2020 dawned, a mysterious new virus, it was detected first in China in December 2019 and known as the novel coronavirus. And this virus, it was spreading worldwide, shattering the expectations and triggering the steepest global recession unseen in generations. And this virus, it had put economies into great lockdowns, and because of implementing these lockdowns to a great extent, nations could save lives, and it could also help in containing the virus. But at the same time, it has triggered a recession. The worst recession since the Great Depression. So, the health crisis, eventually it had transformed into an economic crisis. And as you are aware that we are almost in the midst of the crisis, it has been more than 1.5 years now, and many crises, many countries, many nations today, they are facing multiple crises, economic crisis, social unrest, collapse in commodity prices, economic fallout, and a host of many other such issues which interact in complex ways. And people, they are worried about their lives, their livelihoods. Businesses have closed down in many nations, and businesses, and some businesses, they are waiting for their customers to return. And governments also, they have been stretching out their spending capacity, and the entire financial capacity, it is at risk. So this pandemic, it has shook, it has rattled and rolled the global economy in 2020, and policymakers all over the world, they are looking for ways and means to contain the spread of the virus, while limiting the economic fallout as well. And at this juncture, nations must prepare for subsequent waves, and mass vaccination, it seems to be the only solution to end the COVID crisis. Now, the International Monetary Fund estimated the global economy to shrink by 4.4% in 2020, when compared with the contraction of just 0.1% in 2009, when the world last faced the global financial crisis. And the outbreak of this crisis, it is unambiguously the worst health crisis and economic crisis which has dented the world's existing order. It has disrupted the supply chains, global value chains, movement of labor and capital across the globe, and needless to say, it has also impacted the socio-economic conditions of large section of the world. And even since the World War II, it has had such a profound global impact as COVID-19. So what I'm trying to say here is that the COVID-19 pandemic, it has gravely wounded the world economy, with serious repercussions for everyone. It has taken the advantage of globalization, interconnectedness, catapulting the health crisis into a devastating economic shock, and it has hit the vulnerable the most. In fact, this pandemic, it has even disrupted the efforts to attain or achieve the United Nations Sustainable Goals. In some cases, it has stalled progress decades in the making. So this pandemic, it has increased, or it has revealed the social inequalities, and it has widened the inequalities or gulf between the nations. So, see, it has been a year and a half into this COVID-19 pandemic, and let us first look where we stand. We are still faced with this uncertainty about the depth and the duration of the crisis. So, as per the IMF estimates, the World Economic Outlook, April 21, it had projected stronger recovery in 21 and 22 for the global economy, compared to their previous forecast, with growth projected to be 6% in 21 and 4.4% in 2022. If you see the global output in 2024, it is projected to be 2.8%, which is below what was expected prior to the pandemic. So what I'm trying to say here is that there have been widening gaps in the global recovery in 2021. Economic prospects they have diverged further across countries since April 21 World Economic Outlook report, as well as the updated version of the report in July 21 and October 21. Vaccine access have emerged. We know in most of the nations they have made growing they have made great strides in vaccinating their growing population and raising prospects for recovery in 2021. However, new variants of COVID-19 virus and surge in the diagnosed cases. And then we also got to see a few section of the population in certain nations wherein they were resistant to the vaccination, and so all these issues it raised questions about the speed and recovery of the crisis coming out of the crisis. So as I have said earlier, this pandemic, it is a rare disaster, and it has impacted tremendously the world economy in 2020. And for the first time since the Great Depression, both advanced nations and developing nations they were in recession. And as you can see in this slide, the growth projection for the global economy, for 2020, as per the April 21 World Economic Outlook, it is negative, that is minus 3.3%. And if you can see the July update, it further went down to minus 3.2%. The July update global forecast, however, if you can see, it remains unchanged for both April and July forecast. And however, if you see the prospects for emerging and developing economies, they have been marked down for 2021, especially for emerging Asia, from 6.7% to 6.3%. On the other hand, by contrast, forecast for advanced nations, they have been revised up for the year 21 from 5.1% to 5.6%. And if you see that a 0.5% upgrade for advanced economies, particularly the United Nations, it reflects actually the additional fiscal support in the second half of 2021 and improved health metrics. And for 2022, again, IMF project global growth of 4.9% up from the previous forecast of 4.4%. But if you see this October update just released on Tuesday, 3 days back. So you see that the global growth projection, it has been marginally down from 6% to 5.9%, and it's unchanged for 2022 at 4.9%. So, this modest headline revision, it marks downgrades for some countries. And basically, this downgrade is due to the supply disruptions and, then there are certain projections for some commodity exporters which have been, upgraded on the back of rising commodity prices. If you see that the global recovery gap persists, however, so what I'm trying to say here is that the divergence between countries have been widening, basically by differences in vaccine availability and policy support, and this dangerous divergence between the developed countries and the emerging market and developing economies and low-income developing countries, it remains a major concern at this point of time. The aggregate output for the advanced economy, it is expected to regain its pre-pandemic trend path in 2022, and it is expected that it exceed by 0.9% in 2024. However, by contrast, the aggregate output for emerging market and developing economies, excluding China, of course, it is expected to remain 5.5% below the pre-pandemic forecast in 2024 as per the IMF global projections. Now, let me just focus on the reasons as to why there are divergences in policy support, or divergence or widening gap among these nations. First and foremost, because of the great vaccine divide, and almost if you see in advanced countries, more than 60% of the population, they have been vaccinated, and some are also receiving booster shots. But in many low-income countries, more than 90% of the population are yet to be vaccinated. And for the many emerging nations and developing nations, they are faced with further tighter financial conditions, and most in developing nations, most of the measures, they already expired in 2020, and they are definitely looking for rebuilding their fiscal buffers. So most importantly, these policy actions, they varied significantly across countries in terms of type, scope, size, and the pandemic, it has hit the emerging markets and the developing economies harder than the advanced nations. Unlike the aftermath of 2009 global financial crisis, where the developed nations and the advanced nations were most hardly hit. And for the poor countries, they have found it very, very difficult to, they have to contain the virus or mitigate the virus because, of limited healthcare capacity and with limited public spending capacity, and it is them who who have suffered greater losses. And again, the divergence in recovery can also be linked to the varying success of the national vaccination programs, as OECD rightly puts it, more jabs, more jobs. So, many nations, they have, as I have said, they have vaccinated more than 80% of its population, like UAE, Portugal, Spain, but many countries like Bangladesh, South Africa, Nigeria, they have vaccinated less than 50% of their population. And then there are inflation concerns as well, rising price pressures for most, part reflect unusual pandemic-related developments and transitory supply-demand mismatches. And these mismatches, they have been putting upward pressure on the prices. In fact, elevated inflation is also expected in emerging markets and developing economies in 2022, owing to demand of high food prices, then housing prices, currency depreciation, and all these issues, they are creating yet another divide. And then, as you can see, debts and deficits have also dramatically increased to historically high levels. The average overall fiscal deficits, as a share of GDP in 21 have reached 9.9% for advanced economies, 7.1% for emerging economies, and 5.2% for low-income countries. And as we all know that this COVID-19, it has brought global economy to a halt in 2020, but IMF, it sees a dramatic rebound in the global economy, and IMF perceives that believes that by 2024, the US economy, it is likely to be stronger, than it had predicted in its pre-pandemic time. And for advanced economies, it says that there will be only a limited scars out of this crisis. Now, basically, IMF, considers three reasons for this rebound in 2024. First and foremost, what it says is that the advanced nations, they have, adapted much better to lockdowns, to social distancing, to following COVID protocols, getting vaccinated, and they have adapted better in the second wave than the first wave. And secondly, the ability of certain nations like North America, Europe, and Japan, they use the power of the government to support incomes through the crisis for even those who could not go for work. And the third force behind this upgraded forecast has got nothing to do with economics, of course, and it's but the ability of science to deliver effective vaccinations. So IMF believes that in spite of these predictions, things are uncertain and everything is not so rosy, of course, because yes, there is optimism, but there is also concern that some poor countries and some people living within the wealthier countries, they might not share the same shared outlook. Oh, well, if I have to talk on the case of India, the Asian Development Bank on July, it downgraded India's economic projections for 21-22 fiscal year to 10% from the 11% projected in April this year. Again, according to the rating agency Fitch, it has cut India's economic growth forecast to 8.7% for the current fiscal, but it has raised GDP growth projections for 23 to 10%, saying that the second wave of COVID-19, it was rather delayed because of the second wave rather than the derail of the economic recovery. And as I have said, according to the World Economic Outlook report, October 21, which was just released this week, there's a good news for Indian economy, and IMF says that Indian economy, which contracted by a record of 7.3% due to the pandemic, it is poised to grow at 9.5% in 21 and 8.5% in 22, according to the latest projections. Well, you see, recovery will be exceptionally, difficult, definitely, and this is just a snapshot of what the global economy stands today, what I have just discussed till now. And as I've said, there is no question that recovery will be exceptionally difficult and uncertainty still prevails. If the pandemic fades within the end of this year, then definitely we can expect some ray of hope with massive vaccination, of course. But yes, again, crucially, everything depends on the policy actions which nations take now. So economic development will critically depend on the shape of the pandemic curve and the severity of the containment efforts taken globally as well as by the individual states. Now let me focus on the strategies that can shape the post-COVID-19 development paradigm. We all know that this pandemic, it has thrown several challenges across the globe to the governments, and building an initial understanding of the fallouts of the pandemic and learning from the coping and management responses so far, it can help us to identify certain elements and notions critical in shaping the post-pandemic development paradigm. So, first and foremost, we need to focus on a resilient reset strategy. See, we have all changed the way we operated during COVID-19 crisis. Some changes were forced on us. Others represent heights of innovation in a crisis. And then, there has been the reset of work and its workforce, and there has been a reset in the employer-employee relationship, and reset of the entire business ecosystem as a whole. And for most business impact of the pandemic, it has been positive. For some, it has been negative. So what we first need to do is, first we need to respond. We need immediate actions are required to keep people safe and essential business functioning and operating during this time of crisis. Second, we need to recover. We need to restart activities. We need to reopen. We need to rehire, rebudget, resupply, and then create a plan to restore scalable state. And then at last, we need to execute durable strategies across the business organizations and use learnings and emerging patterns prior phases as for laying new foundations to business.
Excuse me, Dr. Moon.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 5 minutes left. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, I'll just find out. So let me just focus on what can be done. First and foremost, we need to strengthen healthcare. It is very well understood that that there is no durable end to the economic crisis without an end to the health crisis. So pandemic policy does economic policy, and we need to focus on this. Ending the health crisis is very much critical for global macro and financial stability. And particularly in emerging and developing world, this means carefully reallocating limited public resources. And also it means increasing the flow of resources to these countries and refraining from any type of export controls on medical supplies and food. And then we need to shield people and firms with large timely targeted fiscal and financial sector measures like tax deferrals, wage subsidies, cash transfers to the most vulnerable, and fiscal policy and monetary policy, they can work together in helping the nation come out of the crisis. Then we need a resilient and just social economic systems. One important lesson which we have learned during the pandemic and which has really touched our lives is compassion and coexistence. And we need to further build upon this notion. And we need to build a scalable business, effective delivery systems, institutions, and government models that are just and that are resilient. And some examples which I would like to highlight here is the work from home model, which works very well for many sectors without compromising on the productivity, on the mode of delivery or efficiency of work. And then we do have the learn from home and health model, health related services as well, which makes perfect economic sense. Then we need to rethink economic models. We cannot rely on the models which were previously framed. So we cannot we need to rethink. We need to forego unsustainable production and consumption. We just cannot ruthlessly exploit the natural resources, generate waste and clean them up later. This model is unsustainable. So we need proper regulatory and public policy changes to protect the environment in terms of conservation as well as for sustainable consumption and production. And we also need to coordinate these environment policies with other economic policies. And again, there should be a strong institutional mechanism also in place to periodically measure, monitor, and report the natural assets and identify the course of corrective measures and see to it that there is minimum wastage. Then we need to focus on nature-based solution and infrastructure, which is a great, again, enabler in achieving the sustainable development goals. A green recovery as a concept, it seems very relevant globally, and post-COVID, it is a means to push transitions towards more sustainable, more resilient, and more just social and economic systems. Further green policies like support for investment in renewable sources, then schemes and introducing schemes or investment in public transport, support for R&D in low carbon emission technology. So I think all this can do wonders in addressing the environmental issues. And then we need to take explicit measures to boost the economies of the developing countries. In this case, development financial institutions like World Bank or the New Development Bank or the Asian Development Bank. I think they can do their bit in and they can take every step in helping the developing countries who have been heavily hit by the pandemic. And then, one lesson which we learned from the previous crisis is that, this is not the time to turn inward and raise barriers. Instead, nations must seek a greater integration through stronger trade agreements. Any type of tariff and non-tariff measures or export bans, especially those on medical and health-related equipments or medicines, they would slow down a country's action to control the virus. So it is very vital to ensure that medicines, medical equipments, and supplies and other essential goods, even food items, they reach the most vulnerable countries. And so what I want to emphasize here is that solidarity is very crucial at this point of time. And then a global cooperation, of course, we need more than ever before. Then at this juncture, sharing information, sharing data, it can do wonders. And then only science, technology, innovation can truly achieve the type of transformation which we need. So. Global and moreover, global cooperation will also help to detect and analyze future threats, implement the right strategies, and take the take the necessary measures to find the best solutions if we are further hit by such crisis in the future. And then education is the best future investment, of course. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed weakness in the educational system in basically the developing countries. And it has made it clear that there is urgent need for new educational strategies. There is a necessity in funding in education and develop effective strategies to future education from such future crisis. During this pandemic, the virtual shift to classroom has been a rescue for many children, no doubt. But in many developing nations or poor nations which lacks technology, or people live below poverty line, they have been lagging behind. So future education, the quality in education must be clearly monitored to see that no child is left behind the technological or educational revolution. So additionally, curriculums also should focus on, it should start including critical thinking so that these children, when they grow up as future citizens, they are prepared to adapt to new changes. So at this time when the pandemic hit us in 2020, the world, it didn't even walk out of the shadow of the global financial crisis, and the world was still facing a lot of issues like economic fallout, excessive debts, deglobalization, rising prices, social unrest, and countless problems with faltering growth. This pandemic, it's just another blow to the vulnerable world. And anyway, the common threats which have arisen from this pandemic, it has brought us all together to harness the greatest strength of humanity, whether it's solidarity, whether it's courage, whether it's creativity, compassion. So we don't know how our economies will change, or our ways of life will change, but we do know one thing, that we will definitely come out as resilient human species, as resilient human beings. So I think I have presented a bird's view of the strategies and the strategies which nations can implement to combat this unprecedented situation. This pandemic time, it has been a time of great learning, and let me just conclude with the line, disruption is the next eruption. So let us move ahead with further disruptive yet meaningful strategies. So just let me pull right back and wrap up. I think I once again thank the organizing team for making me a part of this conference. Thank you for this real honor to join you today. It has been a great learning experience for me. And I want to conclude by wishing my personal best to everyone, for you and for your family's health and safety during these difficult times. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Moon, for the interesting speech. We will now move to the question and answer sessions. We already have 2 questions in the chat box. The first is from Ms. Yanni. She asked that once the pandemic is over, is there any possibility that the economics will return to its normal state, or will we experience an economic downturn for a while? Is it the right time to open a new business knowing the economy tends to be unstable? And then the second one is from Mr. Mahendra. He asked that generally known that COVID-19 changed everything. Many countries experience a slowdown in economic growth. With this condition, how long do you think it will take for economic growth to return to the pre-COVID-19 conditions?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very interesting question. As I have already said, we are going through very uncertain times. And let me tell you one thing, that we are entering into an age of crisis, let me tell you. And, we all know that COVID-19 definitely would not be the last crisis which we are facing. So even after we recover, post-pandemic, we should not be very carried away with our plans for the post-COVID-19 recovery, because we have to remind ourselves that, this crisis, or this COVID-19 is not the last crisis. And it is here, because once we are out of this crisis, there is a possibility that we might be interrupted by another crisis. For example, if you see New York City, when it was just recovering from the global financial crisis after 2009, it was hit by Hurricane Sandy. So, what I'm trying to say here is that, the future, it's very uncertain, and, we need to respond to, we need to recover from, and we need to do proper economic planning and attain the required skill set in which we really need to get expert to in order to, overcome such unprecedented situation. And, yes, it will take time, but yes, I think we should get accustomed, or we should condition ourselves to face such type of crisis with more preparedness, and we need to, we should see that we are not over dependent on any nation for anything. We should tap new markets. We should find out alternative markets, and we should rethink and new strategies, create new supply chains, and we need to diversify our markets, to keep our businesses floating. So, yes, I think, as I have said, we need to be prepared.
Okay, maybe one more question from Mrs. Santi. Based on the alternative strategy to revive the economic conditions, which strategy could apply in Indonesia? And what consequences of the strategy for this policy? Are there preconditions to apply these conditions? However, the pandemic effect between Indonesia and India was similar.
See, I have just given mentioned, or I have just talked about a few strategies which nations can opt for, and these strategies we cannot say that okay, India or Indonesia or for any nation for that matter, they can just focus on one economic model or one particular strategy, because the strategies which were previously developed or models which were previously developed, they might not be useful now. Okay, and so at this point of time, what I have learned personally is that if we talk about this crisis or this virus, see, whatever medical treatment or effective vaccines which has come out, it does not kill the virus altogether. It just limits the spread in human body. So just like we need a new treatment, a medical treatment to end the virus. Similarly, we need new economic model to, which would help nations and businesses not only to survive but also to thrive. So we just cannot focus on one single strategy for any nation, for that matter. And I think the best way forward is through global, conversation, global talks. There should be more global cooperation, and once these talks take place and various strategies or models are discussed upon and the consensus is reached, I think nations can lay down the foundation of such an economic model. Yeah, it is going to take some time, but definitely our future citizens, our future generation, they are definitely going to thank us.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moon. I think maybe we still have a lot of questions to discuss and to explore, but again, because of the time constraint, because we have to have Jumat prayer, Indonesia time, so we have to close the question and answer session. Maybe I can underline some important issues that Dr. Moon have mentioned before, that we need to do to do a lot of things due to the pandemic, COVID-19. She mentioned about strengthening the healthcare, shield affected people and firms, and then rethinking economics models, nature-based solutions and infrastructure, and then take explicit measure to boost the economies of developing countries, resist the temptations to resort to protectionist measures. We also understand that we need global cooperations, and the most important thing is education, because it is the investment of the future. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Moon, for giving us insightful knowledge. As an appreciation, the Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give a certificate of appreciations to Dr. Moon. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for making me a part of this event.
It's a pleasure to have you here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of our first session today. Once again, we would like to deliver our gratitude to all the speakers today, to Ms. Debbie, to Professor Ruzita, and to Dr. Moon Hussein. And also thank you very much to all the participants for your active participation. We do hope that this session will be beneficial to all of you and all of you enjoy the seminar. See you in the next session after the lunch break. Please stay safe, healthy, and happy, everyone. Now it is time for me to send back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Arum Nirmawati, Master of Management. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break and Jumat pray. And the second plenary session will be held at 1 p.m. Don't forget to join us at 1 p.m. with second plenary session with the three speakers. There are Prof. Su Hua Wang, PhD, from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. And second, Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD, from Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And third, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto from Management School, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, we will share attendance form and certificate link at the end of plenary session. While waiting to join again at 1 p.m., please enjoy our videos. See you. Thank you.
Enam bulan 180 hari kurang lebih. Kita lewatin bareng-bareng. Perjalanannya panjang, tapi nggak kerasa ya, semua yang diperjuangkan selesai juga. Oh ya, sebelumnya ini Cang dari Enterprise Event Organizer, dan ini cerita kami. Perjuangan ini dimulai dari mata kuliah manajemen event, di mana kita belajar untuk selalu berprogres, berkembang, dan ambis untuk nggak mau kalah dengan IO yang lain. Mata kuliah ini cukup berat. Kamu nggak akan kuat, biar aku aja, kalau kata dia. Tapi berat sama dipikul, ringan sama digigit. Kalau nggak ada dana kita ngawul, dana kurang kita yang pusing. Seperti organisasi pada umumnya, kita berjalan bukan tanpa kendala, selek, sindir-sindiran, diem-dieman. Udah jadi makanan kita sehari-hari. Justru hal-hal itu yang bikin kita punya chemistry. Semuanya dimulai dari nol. Mulai dari plan to do and check to action. Sekarang udah nggak ada lagi nih ngawul pagi-pagi jualan baju bekas, ngadepin ibu-ibu absurd di pasar Sleman yang baju harga 2.000 masih ditawar. Udah nggak ada lagi juga yang pusing-pusing nyari anggaran, nyari peserta, juga ngehubungin juri. Ini gimana nih? Peserta kita kurang satu provinsi, kita nggak bisa masuk ke tingkat nasional. Bisa yuk, jurinya udah dihubungin tas. Satu, jangan lupa ya pamfletnya. Iya, ini lagi aku buat.
your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good, get better, be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future.
Silakan Bapak Ibu untuk menikmati hidangan yang telah disediakan di ruang Malioboro, lantai 1. Sekali lagi, monggo Bapak Ibu bisa menikmati santap siang di ruang Malioboro lantai 1, restoran Malioboro.
The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. Life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. Our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself, life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. And share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. life will not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you. Your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. You must be the change you wish to see in the world. Isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. More from failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future. Make your life a masterpiece. Imagine no limitations on what you can be, have, or do. You can decide what you are going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and feelings determine your actions, and actions determine the results you get. Do what you can with all you have, wherever you are. The future belongs to the competent. Get good. Get better. Be the best. Things work out best for those who make the best of how things work out. The only beautiful path is the one you create. We are the creators of our own future. Without effort and enthusiasm, all of that could not be achieved. Whatever your future depends on yourself. This is where it all starts, a journey to achieve the future. Focus on our goals, or will we be left behind by others? Determine your own path. The one thing that you have that nobody else has is you, your voice, your mind, your story, your vision. So write and draw and build and play and live as only you can. not be found in comfort, it will be found in fighting for what you believe in. dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Change your thoughts and change your world. Life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. Difficult and meaningful will always bring more satisfaction than easy and meaningless. Be happy for this moment. This moment is your life. Change your thoughts and change your world. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. From failure than from success. Don't let it stop you. Failure builds character. Understand and share the meaning of life. Sometimes we fall, but we must stand upright, revive, because nothing is impossible if we try. In this campus, we understand the true meaning of friendship. Sharing. Diversity. Respect. Feel the surrounding environment. And I will create my own future. Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Create your bright future.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The second plenary session of the International Conference of Ethics on Business, Economics and Social Science in conjunction with the Annual Conference of Management Challenges 2021 is about to start. As for the second plenary session, we will have 3 keynote speeches from 3 speakers. First, Professor Su Hua Wang, PhD, from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. Second, Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD, from Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Third, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto, from Management School, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be guided by our moderator. She is a lecturer from Department of Accounting. Her research interests are in management accounting and financial literacy. Please welcome Ms. Mimi Nur Aisyah, Master of Science.
Thank you, Ms. Yolanda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon you all. Ladies and gentlemen, I am more than happy to welcome you to the second plenary session of Annual Conference of Management Challenges in conjunction with the International Conference on Ethics and Business, Economic and Social Science 2021. I am Mimi Nur Aisyah, and in this session, I will be serving you as the moderator. After almost 2 years of pandemic, the world is preparing to face the post-pandemic stage. As a response to the emerging challenges and changes in the post-pandemic era, in this occasion, we are going to enrich our insight from the topic discussed in this conference that carries out the theme Surviving COVID-19 Pandemic, Education and Business Strategic Empowerment as Key Factor in Revitalizing National Economics. After the first plenary session in the morning, in the second plenary session, we will listen to another insightful presentation from the 3 prominent speakers. The first is Professor Su Hua Wang, PhD, from National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. The second is Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD, from Faculty of Economics, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. And the third one is Dr. Ahmad Daryanto from Management School, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. Before we start this session, we would like to inform you that we will divide this session into 3 subsections, each for 45 minutes, okay, with 30 minutes of presentation and 15 minutes of question and answer session. To all the participants, if you have any question during this presentation, please type them into the chat box and I will bring them up in the question and answer session. Or if you want to share your question yourself later on, you can ask directly to the speaker by clicking the raise hand button during the Q&A session. Without further ado, let's start this second plenary session. For the first session, I would like to invite our first speaker, Professor Su Hua Wang, PhD. Good afternoon, Professor Su Hua Wang. How do you do?
Yes, very good. And hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. It's an honor for us to have you here as one of our speakers. Before Professor Su Hua Wang deliver his presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce him. Professor Su Hua Wang is a professor of Department of Education and Learning Technology, College of Education, National Tsinghua University, Taiwan. He is also the Associate Dean of College of Education in National Tsinghua University. His research interests include e-learning, digital assessment, science education, teacher education, interdisciplinary STEAM education, problematic internet use or internet addiction, and educational science research by using EEG and eye tracking technologies. Okay, it's very interesting. He has published more than 20 academic papers in SSCI journals, and he also has more than 20 academic papers written in Chinese, published in key academic journals of Taiwan. Professor is also served as lead guest editor for special issue published in International Journal of Science and Mathematics Education, and editor-in-chief of Tsinghua Journal of Educational Research, and reviewer for several SSCI journals, including the Computer and Education, Journal of Computer Assisted Learning, International Journal of Science and Mathematics Education. Currently, Professor Su Hua Wang won 2 academic awards from Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan, including Ta Yaowu Memorial Award in 2008 and Outstanding Research Award in 2014. In 2020, Professor Su Hua Wang was elected as President of the Association of Science Education in Taiwan to promote the science education and public understanding of science in Taiwan. And here, as the first speaker in our second plenary session, he is going to present a paper entitled Assessment for Online Learning. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Su Hua Wang for the first speaker. Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. And I hear the echo sound. Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. Can you see my point? Yes or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We can see it clearly.
Okay. 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 My name is Hua Wang. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to present my research about online assessment for education. The topic of my research topic is implementation of web-based dynamic assessment in improving low English achiever learning effectiveness. Okay, grammar teaching is always very important for English instruction, but traditionally grammar instruction is considered as the presentation and the explanation of grammar rules and involves grammar practice activities provided in teacher handbooks. However, grammar teaching can also be conducted by providing learners with multiple examples of the target language structure and by enabling them to discover grammatical rules by learning service. From the literature review, we can know that there are in general 2 types of instruction model. The first one is explicit instruction. Another is implicit instruction. Regarding the explicit instruction, it puts more emphasis on presentation and the explanation of grammatical rules, and also put emphasis on grammar practice activities. However, regarding the implicit instruction, it puts more emphasis on active learning. It always provides multiple examples of grammatical structures. It will require students to discover grammatical rules from the examples, and the teacher always give corrective feedback for students to learn. In general, from the research findings, we also find that the implicit instruction is better than explicit instruction. Catching grammatical errors and then correcting them constitute a more effective approach than directly presenting grammatical rules. This is the major reason that why implicit instruction is better than explicit instruction. Such grammatical instruction requires the teacher to provide personalized support and timely feedback. It means that there are two major characteristics of implicit instruction. First one is personalized support. Another is timely feedback. But we know that it is very difficult for a teacher to provide personalized support and timely feedback in a traditional classroom. So from the literature review, we know that multimedia tools and technology-enhanced language learning contests are two possible solutions for the implicit instruction. Regarding the multimedia tools, it has been found to be more advantageous than traditional tools because of their benefits of enhancing learning motivation, facilitating self-directed learning ability, reducing anxiety, and encouraging communication. Regarding the tail context, it could address problems encountered during the classroom-only language learning. There is a research gap in the area of English instruction. Most of the previous studies have examined the effectiveness of individual technological elements over various multimedia technology in improving writing skills, communication skills, reading comprehension, and listening comprehension. So, in the literature, we know that most research about computer-based teaching on EFLO or ESLO are focused on writing skills, communication skills, reading comprehension, and listening comprehension. But the most important grammar instruction is not have equal the same amount of attention on this kind of English instruction. So in this research, we have an important research design concept. We hope that we can construct technology-enhanced language learning contest. And we hope this kind of tail contest can help students learning effectiveness in traditional classroom grammar teaching. But this kind of learning environment, students are required to do self-directed learning. So this is a very important basement of all my research. And we try to adopt the dynamic assessment theory to design a well-designed e-learning environment to help students to do self-directed learning. And the system, the environment is then the GPAM WATA. And then the following PowerPoint, I will introduce this system. Regarding the well-designed e-learning environment in my research is a web-based assessment system. This system is equipped with well-designed feedback information and can be constructed to provide timely feedback when students encounter learning difficulties and therefore can motivate them to actively interact with the system to perform a self-assessment. Why I try to design this kind of web-based assessment system? Because based on the learning environment theory, assessment learning environment is an effective learning environment. This kind of learning environment, teacher incorporate assessment into teaching activities to facilitate the student in performing self-directed learning. Self-assessment and timely feedback are two major characteristics of assessment center learning environment. Regarding the self-assessment, it is an effective strategy for helping learners to perform self-directed learning since learners can monitor their learning conditions during the learning procedure and improve their learning effectiveness through correcting their course of learning. The timely feedback in the self-assessment is the major feature of assessment center learning environment. This design is the most important design in my research. Regarding the GPM WATA system, this system have three very important hierarchical basement. The first one is taking assessment as teaching and the strategy. This is very important spirit of my system. And dynamic assessment theory and the cake format dynamic assessment. These two theories are the theoretical basement of my system. This system has been applied for the teaching of biology, science, and mathematics. Findings have demonstrated that GPM water have positive effect on learning outcome, especially for students with low level prior knowledge. Here are a brief introduction about the theoretical basement of GPM water system. This system was developed by me in 2010, based on the concept of taking assessment as teaching and learning strategies with the expectation that the web-based dynamic assessment can play the role of teachers or help others. And the theoretical basis is the Rome or proximal development by Vygotsky. The ZPD refers to the difference between the cognitive levels that can be achieved by learners with and without assistance, such as teachers and understanding peers. The cake format of dynamic assessment is proposed by Sternberg. The self-dynamic assessment primarily involves a great series of hints based on the graduate prompt approach. This approach means that the hint is from general hint to specific hint. This theory is proposed by Campbell and Brown. There are two important research questions in my research. How effective is the GPM water in facilitating low English achievers' learning of LAV sentence? LAV sentence is a learning topics of English grammar. In comparison with the paper and the pencil test, how effective is the GPM water in enhancing low English achievers' learning motivation in comparison with the PBT group? Regarding the research design, I have two research groups. One is experimental group, another is control group. Students in experimental group, they adopt a computer-based learning environment. It means GPM water system. And another one will take the paper and pencil test. The participants of the research are 17 low English achievers in GPM water group and 16 low English achievers in PBT group. There are two important research instruments in this research. The first one is learning achievement assessment, another is English learning motivation skill. Learning achievement assessment have two parts of the test. The first part is a grammatical judgment test, another is a grammatical selection test. Grammatical judgment test include 13 true and false items. The first score is 13 points. It will be administered in pre and post test. Grammatical selection tests have 16 multiple choice items. The first score is 16 points. It also used for both pre and post test. The English learning motivation skill have 4 contracts, and this contract will be used to explain how students' learning motivation is improved. It is a 4-point like skill. Higher score means students have higher learning motivation. It also used for the pre and the post test. This is the learning content in this research. The LAV sentences is a learning topic of the English grammar, and it have 4 main concepts, and it also have other sub concepts. In research, we try to construct the learning contents based on this two-way chart. And we have 21 main items and 21 orientation form items, which is similar to the main items. We also have instruction prompts for each item. Please notice that these are very important in this research because these are the learning contents of this research. Okay, This is the brief introduction about the GPN water system. This is the screen capture of the GPN system. When student log into the system, he will be presented with an item and he try to make a decision. The GPN will first present a main item, and the student answer the main item one by one. If student answer an item correctly, the system displays the message correct on the screen, after which they can proceed to the next item. But if a student answer incorrectly, the GPN provide an item following a gradual prompt approach instead of providing the correct answer directly. It means that if students cannot answer a question correctly, then he will receive a prompt. This is the prompt. It means that this student cannot answer this item correctly, and he will receive a prompt. This prompt is named instructional prompt. When a main item was answered correctly, or if a student could not answer it correctly, even after the three IPA were presented, the item would be considered as answered, meaning that it will be not appear again. GPN water would then randomly present its corresponding alternative form items to verify whether the IPS students receive when answering the main item concentrate their grammatical knowledge and improve their learning. Okay, this is very important because we try to have a design principle for the instructional prompt. This is the item, and these are the first instruction prompt, second instructional prompt, and the third instruction prompt. These are the design principle for each prompt, and the students will receive the instruction prompt step by step. If he cannot answer the item for the first time, then he will receive the IP1 as a prompt. If he cannot answer the item for the second time, then he will receive the second instruction prompt. And when we design the instruction prompt 1, we will follow this design principle. We will try to provide complete grammatical features of the sentence structure. In the second instruction prompt, we will try to highlight the key points for answering the item. In the third instruction prompt, we will do a direct instruction. These are the sample of the prompt. Okay, regarding the research procedure, students will take the pretest first, and he will need to answer the learning achievement assessment and the English learning motivation skill. Then student in the GPN group, they will perform self-learning in the GPN water system, and he will receive the instruction prompt from the system step by step. Students in the PPT group, they will also do self-directed learning, but in a paper-based format. The students in the PPT group will answer the main items and the alternative form items in a testing paper. It means that it uses the paper-based format to take the main item and the alternative form item. And they also have the opportunity to have the 3 instruction prompts, but these prompts are provided when they answer answer all items. It means that when students finish answering all the main items and alternative form items, then he will have a paper-based instructional prompts for their reference. Finally, students will take the post-test, including the learning achievement assessment and the English learning motivation skills. And the findings shows that regarding the grammatical judgment test, student shows that they have significant improvement in their performance for GPN water group, and also students in PPT group, they also have significant improvement in their post-test scores. But when we use the repeat measure ANOVA to do test, we found that low English achievers in GPN group exhibited significantly better improvement in the scores of grammatical judgment tests than did those in the PPT group. It means that students in the two groups, even they are in GPN group or PPT group, they all have significant improvement in their performance in the grammatical judgment test. But students in GPN have significantly better performance than students in PPT group. Regarding the grammatical selection test, we only find that students in GPN group have significantly improvement in their performance. Students in PPT group, they do not have significant improvement. The repeat measure ANOVA analysis also showed that students in GPN have a significant better improvement in their scores of a grammatical selection test. Regarding the English learning motivation, we also find that students in GPN group they have significant improvement in their learning motivation in the post-test scores, but we cannot find similar findings in the students in PPT group. The repeat measure ANOVA also shows that students in the GPN group exhibited significant better improvement in learning motivation than did those in the PPT group. Okay, here are some explanation and discussion about the finding of this research. Firstly, I try to explain why GPN is effective in improving learning achievement. The major purpose, the major reason is that GPN system is a assessment center in learning environment. In this environment, we incorporate dynamic assessment into teaching activities and help to monitor and correct the course of learning by providing timely feedback. And in the environment, we also provide a human-computer interaction. A human-computer interaction is always very interesting to students, and they will have more motivation in this kind of environment. Finally, we also provide orienting form items. Orienting form items is a corresponding items for main items. These two items are similar items. They test a similar concept. This kind of item designer will help to verify the effectiveness of IPs of main items and that instead of guessing correct answers. It means that we have these kind of items in our system, and it will help us to know students have real learning effectiveness. This is very important design. We also have other reasons. Another one is in GPN system, there are tiny successive feedbacks. It means IPs in our system. This kind of tiny successive feedback can activate the learning potential of the students. The successive feedback can have the opportunity to help a student to have more learning opportunities, and he will have the chances to do self-directed learning. And in this research, we try to deliver the IPS in a preset order. It means that the instructional prompt is designed based on the 3 design principles. This is very important because this principle will help us to contract the prompts from the general prompts to the specific prompts. The general prompt is always less related to the answer, and the specific prompt is a complete guidance given to come out with the answers. So this preset order of the prompt is very important design in my research. And the preset order feedback can concentrate for the knowledge of grammatical knowledge that student lack. In turn, student can progressively obtain intermediate knowledge required for grammar learning. And the instruction prompt also play the role of teachers in an e-learning environment. So these are very important reasons for students to have better learning awareness in GPN water system. Why GPN water is effective in improving learning motivation? This is because that learning achievement and learning motivation are partially correlated. Tiny and detailed constructive feedback might positively influence student motivation. It means that the instructional prompt in my research will provide a tiny and detailed and constructive feedback. This will maintain student learning motivation. And this feedback also helps students have better learning awareness, then they will have better learning motivation. But you may know that we also find that students in the PVT also have effect in improving learning achievement. It means that students in PVT group also have some awareness in their learning achievement. The reason is that in my research, it also provides delayed feedback, or the delayed feedback. The delayed feedback is the paper-based instructional prompt, which is provided for students after they finish answering all the main and identifying items. This kind of delayed feedback is a systematic error corrections. This can help low English achievers to have more learning awareness, to concentrate their knowledge they are lacking. They can also provide students detailed guidance on how to answer the items, and they might encourage students encouragement in active academic process. So in my research, we also find that PPT is also have small effectiveness in improving students' learning achievement. In this research, we have several limitations. The first one is that the findings come from the needs of grammar teaching for the study population. It means that the findings may not be used to other types of subjects. Also, currently, I try to construct a database of the learning contents for other subjects. I hope that the system and the instructional prompt design principle can use it for many other topics and help student learning in an online e-learning environment. The second limitation is that we can, since the amount of time and efforts that students spend on the acquisition of grammatical knowledge is determined by its difficulty level and student learning ability. Therefore, whether the research result can generalize to other age groups and grammatical learning remain to be investigated. It means that my research, the participant is junior high school students. So the findings may not invert to undergraduate students or elementary school students. So currently, I try to use this kind of system to other age groups. The third limitation is that whether participants paid enough attention to the feedback. This is another important issue, because I try to show the instruction prompt to students, but I cannot confirm that they really read the feedback. So currently, I try to use the eye tracking technique to monitor student eye movement to make sure that they are reading the feedback I provide to them online. The last limitation is the sample size, because my research is focused on low English achievers. So there are only 33 low English achievers in my research. I think I may need to enlarge the sample size, and I will find more valuable findings. Regarding the suggestions, we know that currently the COVID-19 pandemic is very serious in worldwide, very serious worldwide in the world, and even in Taiwan, we also have this kind of situation. So this research, the reason I do this research is try to know that if the COVID-19 pandemic cannot be controlled and the school need to be locked down, and how can we do English instruction, or how can we do online learning? I think that GPN Water is a possible technique to do online learning in the COVID-19 pandemic. In my research findings, actually, I have a serious research about GPN Water recently. I believe that GPN Water is a sustainable education technology and can offer sustainable and effective learning solution to the populations who can access to the necessary hardware and the software for online delivery. But we also know that there are some vulnerable groups vulnerable people. They cannot access hardware, internet, or online tools. Also, they can only access paper-based delivery contents. In the research, I found that we can use the technique in this research to design the paper-based learning contents for students who cannot access internet or online instrument. They also can have a certain learning effectiveness in the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think if students can access to online system, they can use GPN Water to do learning. If students cannot access to the online learning, they can adopt the PPT learning, but the learning contents should be designed based on my design principle presented in the research. These students also can have good learning effectiveness. Okay, if you are interested in GPN Water system, you may refer to these two references. These two references are original reference of GPN Water system, and in recent in these 2 years, I try to improve the GPN Water system to use in COVID-19 pandemic. I try to use my system to help students have good learning effectiveness in COVID-19 pandemic, and I find that the system is useful in this situation. Okay, these are my presentation, and thank you. If you are interested in my system, you may use this email to contact contact with me, and I will respond to you. And we may do some collaboration in this kind of topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thu Hua Wang, for your insightful presentation in assessment for online learning. And now let's move on to the question and answer session. For the audience, is there anyone who want to ask question directly? Please raise your hand. If none, there are already several questions in the chat box, and I'm going to read them for the speaker. The first question.
Okay. How to?
The first question coming from Miss Nindya Nuriswati Laili. Okay. She would like to ask to Professor Wang, is it possible to bring attitude and skill aspect into e-learning? How do we evaluate attitude and skills aspect in e-learning context?
Pardon again, because I found that there is internet disconnection. So you are very clear. Can you present the question again?
Okay. A question in the chat box from Ms. Nindya Nuriswati Laili. Is it possible to bring attitude and skill aspect into e-learning? How do we evaluate attitudes and skill aspect in e-learning context?
Okay. Attitude. You mean not how to evaluate student learning attitude in the e-learning environment? If this is the question, I know this is very important because in this research, I try to only evaluate the motivation and the knowledge. If you want to evaluate attitude, we may use some skills because motivation is a kind of attitude, so it is okay. But the skill is is also very important in education. My suggestion for you is that I have other researchers try to evaluate students' performance assessment based on performance assessment. I try to ask students to answer an item online based on video-based question. It means that I try to present a video, and the content of video is not maybe somebody is doing something, and I make a video of this of their behavior, and I try to ask the students to know which behavior is incorrect or which control is incorrect, and I try to know whether the student can find a mistake from the video. This kind of assessment technique is named performance assessment. So I think if you are interested in this kind of evaluation technique, it can be used in a learning context.
Okay, thank you, Prof. The second question coming from Ms. Ratna Chandrasari. Professor Wang, do the learning style of student will also impact the student motivation in online learning environment? Because some students may have a cognitive overload during the online learning.
Yes, this is a very important question. Actually, I think this question have two small questions. The first one is learning style. Based on the research literature, we know that learning style of students have serious influence on students' learning awareness in online learning environment. I know this is really an important issue. So I think that online learning cannot be used for all students, but in the COVID-19 pandemic, online learning is the only technique for students to assess the learning material. So I think it is acceptable. Regarding cognitive overload, this is a very serious problem. Recently, we try to adopt some series from there. So if you are interested in this kind of issue, you can use the keyword such as cognitive load. Cognitive load. There are several techniques to reduce student learning cognitive load in an online environment. So we can adapt the techniques to try to reduce the cognitive load. Students will be faces will meet in an online learning environment.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And the last question from Ms. Susanti Kurniawati. How GPA WATA measure the learning process assessment and final assessment in the blended learning platform? Does it need assessment portfolio?
Okay. If you use the blended learning environment, I think assessment portfolio is very important. But in my research, I just use the assessment to drive student learning. Students do their self-assessment online and do self-directed learning based on self-assessment. So students will answer the question and get the instruction prompt and have the learning opportunity and learn the material. In my system, my idea is just like this. But your questions try to ask me how GP1 measure learning practice assessment and final assessment. It can be used to do this. Can be also because in my system, it also can have scoring mechanism for students. The scoring is like lab. If a student can answer the question, if a student answer the question and he can correctly answer the question, he will get the full score. But if he cannot answer the question without instruction prompt, then score will be discounted. It means that if I can answer the question without any prompt, I can have 1 point. And if I need to receive 1 prompt and then that I correctly answer the question, I may just have 5 point. Then I can calculate the final score of students. So if you are interested in the scoring system, you may email to me and I can send you my paper. And you can know the scoring system. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think we already have the 3 questions to be discussed. And due to the limited time, I think this is the end of the first session. In summary, Professor Tu Hua Wang had conducted research in English learning motivation. It shows that learning achievement and learning motivation are positively correlated, and that GPAM, WATA, and PPT are 2 learning possibilities under the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much, Professor Tu Hua Wang, for sharing insightful knowledge from your research in this conference. Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta would like to give you a certificate of appreciation to acknowledge your great contribution in this research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's move to the second session. I would like to invite Professor Setiabudi Indartono, MM PhD. Hello, Professor Setiabudi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Bu Mimin.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, fine, thank you.
Okay, it's nice to have you sitting next to me here, as one of our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, before Professor Setiabudi Indartono deliver his presentation, please allow me to briefly introduce him. Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD, is a professor of Human Resource Management at Management Department of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. He is currently serving as the Vice Dean of Academic and Cooperation Affairs in Faculty of Economics. He is also a member of Forum Dosen Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam, or FORDEBI, and Secretary of Board, Indonesia Committee for Science and Technology Transfer in Taiwan. He received his bachelor degree and master degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada and PhD degree from National Central University, Taiwan. His research interest is in the area of human resource management. He had published many articles in reputable journals such as International Journal of Innovation, Creativity and Change, Data in Brief, Administrative Management Public, Eurasian Journal of Educational Research, International Journal of Engineering and Technology, as well as in Journal of Business Ethics. Currently, Professor Setiabudi is a member of reviewer in several journals, such as in Social Responsibility Journal, Business and Social Science Journal. Excuse me. He also served as member of editorial board in journals like International Journals of Commerce and Accounting Research, Journal of Art, Science and Commerce Research, Asian Journal of Business Ethics, and International Journals of Organizational Analysis. And in this session, he's going to present a paper entitled Bring Ethical Issues on Millennials. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Setiabudi Indartono, PhD.
Okay, thank you very much for all. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, Dean of Faculty of Economic, and also Vice Rector of B.S. Abdurrahman Christian Institute of Science and Technology, India. And also, thank you very much for all of you, Bu Mimin and all of the committees. Here I've been given an opportunity to be one of speakers of this plenary session. I think it's a good moment to share various ideas in this conference, of course, and in previous speakers in plenary session, Deborah Lee, Prof. Ruzita Juso, Prof. Mun, Prof. Juswang Wang, and also we will be here the sharing from Dr. Ahmad Daryanto. Thank you very much for the opportunity sharing here, especially for Prof. Wang. Ni hao ma, Prof. Wang. Are you still here? Yeah. Was a PhD, Ta Sui Seng, yeah, Chong Yang Ta Se, yeah. Ling Li Chi Nian, yeah. Saya mengatakan, I said that I'm our student of Chong Yang Ta Se, yeah. In the year of 2007. In this occasion, and good time for us to share even the situation. I don't think so that it's good for us. After we have lunch, yeah, in the noon, maybe we have different situation, yeah. But hopefully there is nothing, yeah, bad for us. Okay, the title of my paper here is bringing an ethical issues, yeah, on millennials. Yeah, for the okay, thank you for the next slide, please. Okay, next, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. For the prelude here, I would like to beginning sharing with the issues of ethics in business. It is believed that the issues of ethics in business have various implications, of course, for globalization. As Deborah said before that, the pandemic situation look like now have so many challenges. And of course, the development of technology, the change of technology that embedded in our daily life, I believe to strengthen the ethical behavior change issues. A person on his book, Millennial Dreams and Moral Dilemmas, saw that this generation, mean that millennial generation, have to face the dilemma in issues such as availability to safe abortion, sperm banks, prostaglandins, contraception, the role and the status of women, divorce and homosexuality. I think this book is very, very interesting to us to learn what happened the millennial today and future. In advance, the ethical adjustment to the changing environment, human beings cannot survive except in communities, and they cannot belong to communities unless they exhibit some level of moral goodness. Pandemic and technology already changed human behaviors, both in education and business. However, scholars argue that there is a substantial disagreement on a number of ethical topics across the globe, of course, which make it difficult for multinational companies to find out a common ground for meaningful ethical dialogues. Other scholars believe that in a complex society of differentiated rules, partial knowledge, and global scale, it may seem simplistic on the ethical issues when technology plays a significant role in business processes. Thus, new scenario highlight current current economic and pandemic realities and preview ethical challenges encountered ethical issues on business. The ethical fading and moral blind spot are believed as psychological boosters for people to act bad behavior. Hence, scholars promote three basic questions to measure principle of business ethics. What makes business practice right or wrong? How can we use the answer to this question to get ourselves, our co-workers, our bosses, and our employees to behave better? Furthermore, business ethics scholars are required to engage with society deeply to understand, evaluate, and guide the discourse of ethical concern and change. The current issues of major ethical challenges for Western scholars, such as in philosophy, political theory, sociology, and policy studies, invite scholars to explore ethical issues from various perspectives, such as a Confucian perspective, and so on. Accordingly, based on the historical phenomenon, on the ethical studies and current situation, scholars are suggested to investigate the experimental approach to ethical studies. The increase of digital gamers invites scholars to investigate the questionable game content or problematic gaming behavior. Playing games is believed to teach gamers to map their ethical behavior, create ethical model and control emotion, and also health therapy. Plenty of games are designed to teach ethical behavior and values. This study explores the phenomenon of how ethical behavior is learned effectively for millennials. Theoretical and empirical discourse of these issues theoretical and empirical discourse of this issue are include two empirical studies that are shown to be described the model of millennial ethics. And it is suggested that the lifestyle of millennials is the best way to learn ethics. Hence, the new concept of ethics for millennials have to build, and new approaches to learning ethics should be developed. Okay, for introduction, please, next. A previous study indicated that honesty of students at school has a significant effect on their ethical behavior at work. The bad behavior of students shown at school continues to promote ill behavior at work. Hence, the result of education is closely related to the business implication. However, there with a better ethical action at school, in the wake of attending the ethical course, are likely to increase their ethical behavior at work. The tendency of behavior for millennial generation is a challenge for parents and educators. A study indicates that ethical education at higher education institutions seems to be part of the cause of ethical failure. Thus, the intention of ethical study is found to vary on the studies of millennial ethics on the diversity of religious behavior, sexual intention, and political tendency that are likely to be most important for the future of this generation. Therefore, understanding the behavior tendency, the proper education patterns become an important issue. Education and character building are believed to support diversity, sexual, ethical, and political behavior. Therefore, education is designed to form their character. However, learning ethics, sexual behavior, religiosity, and politics is not easy to design. Scholars found various obstacles in character education. The failure of character education is seen caused by the perception and motivation and teaching skills of educators. Education experts suggest that education and coaching for millennial ethics have to be integrated into the entire learning process. The millennial who tends to have high independence but dependence on technology and be a risk takers require the real case in various issues of religious behaviors, ethics, sexual behavior, and political tendency to find out their ethical learning model. Therefore, it is necessary to create an appropriate behavior model for both educator and students in learning religion, sexual behavior, and political behavior. Okay, I would like to little bit skip. Scholars argue that character education demands the integration of ethical learning for all courses and subjects. Thus, teachers have to design the character education starting for planning, implementation, and evaluation of the learning results. With the support of information and technology, learning intervention have developed rapidly. However, the level of achievement of character formation is found vary in different places of education institution. Educational institutions that have an adequate range of education facility and technology are considered more conducive to the development of character education models. The media and facilities used for ethical learning are highly dependent on the condition of human resources and the facilities owned by educational institution itself. Furthermore, educator awareness greatly influence the development of ethical learning innovation. Therefore, it is necessary to integrate the reach of information and the use of technology, as well as increase the awareness of educators for the development of ethical learning models, especially with the case study approach that involve potential real-life ethical situation. Several learning media interventions to improve the quality of character education have been carried out by researchers and developers. Accordingly, appropriate behavior learning models and media generate millennial ethics effectively. Ethical education, next slide please, or ethical learnings, okay, thank you. Ethical education is a science that functions to improve human characters that needs to be instilled from an early age in order to create a moral generation. Increase the capacity to think critically about moral values and direct our action in terms of such values. The problem of ethical education seems to focus on preparing a concise curriculum rather than the process being undertaken. Teachers tend to direct general moral principles with thoughts involving the participant of students to propose their empirical experiences. Education is mostly considered to put too much emphasis on the assessment of individual achievement with logical mathematical benchmark rather than morally oriented. Hence, there are many failures in dimensions of individual ethical building. The teaching ethics by example set by teachers require educators to set themselves as good examples. teachers have to realize that they transfers value to their student in more subtle ways. Accordingly, the development of ethical learning model, content and media are found to rapidly increase. Okay, we have to study here that support this issue. The first study showed that initially this study from the ethical issues at the leadership level. The ethical issue on moral leadership contain normative appropriate conduct of personal action and interpersonal communication and promotion in such conduct to followers through two-way communication, reinforcement and decision making. It is estimated that to have a significant effect on institutional reputation. This study from this table show that the cultural value, stakeholder demand, and portfolio strategy has significant effect on ethical issue. The institutional reputation doesn't influence the ethical issue. This result of our study is very interesting, to answer why the institutional reputation doesn't influence the ethical issues. And also study one found that interesting results such as the ethical issue has no significant effect on institutional reputation since the research object is obtained to represent Indonesia and Malaysia. The ethical issues has stronger effect on institutional reputation for Indonesian rather than Malaysian, but less influence on portfolio strategy. However, the issues of cultural value is found vice versa. Indonesian is less strong than Malaysian on the effect of cultural value on institutional reputation. This result of the study is likely to build a new conceptual perspective on organizational reputation based on ethical issues such as moral and values and promote managerial implication. The second study, from that critical issue at the individual level. The tendency to behave ethically for the millennial generation is a challenge for parents and educators. Various studies show that diversity of religiosity, sexual behavior, ethical and political tendency in this generation. It is found that the ethical issues in the case of learning development model for millennials is related to religiosity, sexual behavior, and political intention, based on the table 3 and table 4. However, scholars found the various obstacles in character education. Even the failure of character education is caused by the perception, motivation, and teaching skill of educators. Hence, education experts suggest that to increase ethical learning and coaching for millennials, the process of formal education and learning in various educational institutions need to integrate the entire learning process with character content. Real case studies on various issues of religiosity, sexual behavior, and political tendency related to character learning model for millennials who tend to have high independence, dependence on technology, and courage of take high risk. Therefore, it is necessary to design an appropriate model for both educator and student in learning about religiosity, sexual behavior, and political tendency. This study also aimed to explore the religiosity, sexual behavior, and political tendency of the millennial generation. The result of the second study showed that only sexual behavior has a significant effect on ethics. And also males and females seem to show different responses to ethical behavior. This is very interesting. The most interesting finding of this study is that political intention and religiosity are found insignificant results. In the context of religious society, the question of the non-significant effect of religiosity on ethical behavior has to be investigated, as well as the issues of political intention. However, I would like to say for all of you that since the political intentions here refer to the philosophy of Nietzsche, the result is likely plausible. Yeah. Why? Because this philosophy view that humans have significant power of freedom, and they believe that God is dead and life is meaningless. He also considered that human to be full of the desire of power, which means freeing themselves from physical shackles such as fear, compassion, concern for the weak, and all kind of rules that put the brake on lust and instinct. Hence, this study indicates that certain perspectives which are spread in society may change the model of ethical behavior. Yeah. We have to make more attention for this result. Yeah. And the other issue is conceptual approach on ethical learning. Empirically, various approaches seem to influence ethical learning effectively. Okay, 5 minutes. Yeah. For millennial, for example, the group discussion, ethical goal setting, change from simple achievement mentorship, longitudinal evaluation and reward and punishment, simple and complex society, different contexts and challenges are indicated to relate to ethical learning. Providing education in ethical is found in various ways, including lecturing, workshops, seminars, distance education, and group discussion. Those methods are useful to transfer a large amount of information from an ethical perspective and practice. However, it is effect only over short period. Learning ethics in group discussion is believed to strengthen internalization of understanding and practice of ethics. Scholars found that group discussion generates various outcomes. As the main purpose of group discussion, this method obtain data interaction and also increase student critical thinking skill and social attitude. It is also improve ethical awareness of student, millennial student. The other scholars found that group discussion encouraged participants to improve their moral reasoning within multiple perspectives, engage in deliberation and dialogue on ethical framework, ethical scenario, and ethical decision making. The use of case study at group discussion bring about more effective method of learning ethics compared to traditional lecture style teaching. Furthermore, scholars found that scenario-based learning at group discussion strengthen the adhere to ethical codes. Thus, active and interactive learning are considered to effect lifelong ethical learning and impart authentic ethical learning for millennials. Based on the theory of planned behavior, the setting of ethical behavior, which is conveyed in attitude, subject norm, and perceived behavior control, can shape an individual's behavior intention. It has stages, for example, help to identify relevant outcomes, reinforce their effort to increase the chance of behavior changes, and also compel to act in order to achieve the change they are targeting. In an academic setting, the perceived importance on ethical issues will lead to ethical judgment and behavioral intention. Their ethical setting, as used in social life, widens the scope of ethical action and choice. Their moral intention may urge the effort of ethical behavior improvement. Thus, those who perform ethical goal setting show less willingness to behave unethically. It is found that the belief in ethical combined with the value various reward and penalties encourage individuals to select the chosen ethical action. Goal setting has also become a popular and effective motivational tools. At the level of institutional, curriculum is designed to assess the certain goals of learning objective. At the level of peer interaction, the ethical boosters from college motivate one to adjust their behavior. And in the level of individual incentive, they set the ethical level action due to their future success. Okay, the last point that I would like to share to you is mentorship. Mentorship is believed to be utilized as vehicle to improve ethical learning. It is used to enhance professional practice, personal knowledge, and organizational development. Facilitate professional development by promoting the capacity to cope with difficulties and also develop new competency. Mentoring practice also involves a partnership where the point is to share, the transfer their knowledge, expertise, and skill. The inclusion of individual expertises of participants and sounding from senior persons for guidance, deliver ethical growth and development by confidential and or one-to-one relationship. The role of mentor is believed able to stimulate participant, facilitate the ability of participant, enhance the objective analysis situation, boost the insight the workplace, unlock an individual own potential, influence others to achieve their important goals or outcomes. Mentoring of ethics is found generate personal ethical interest, advice, assistance, knowledge and skill transfer, and increase confidence. Okay. Sorry. Okay. In the rest of the study, the last. Okay. For conclusion, please. Okay. In the rest of the study, the conclusion reached some issues such as millennials and their future, ethical consideration, and setting ethical platforms. Millennial is urged closely to the dream. Their attention focused on their success in the future. Dream and success for their future is believed wider than material achievement. However, drawing a future ethical platform, agreement, and adjustment is not easy. Making peace with the elder generation in terms of ethical balances have to be reached. Hence, millennials have to prepare possibilities of the challenges of ethical issues for their future. The new form of millennial lifestyles are suggested to keep ethics as one of the most important tools to plan their future fruitfulness. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Setiabudi Indarto, for very interesting presentation in ethical learning on millennials. Now let's move on to the question and answer session for the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask directly? If none, then I'm going to read the question in the chat box. Okay, we found several questions here. Professor Tia, the first question is about how social attitude in group discussion learning model can build social attitude in online learning platform. This is the question from
Susanti.
Mbak Susanti Kurniawati.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Susanti Kurniawati. I think these issues have already grown, when the educational environment changed into the online platform. We are as educators, it's likely to have barrier, yeah, to interact directly with student. That's why some of us seem that this barrier influence effectively, yeah, for our educational process. Yeah, I think this makes sense. But if you try to investigate the situation in social media, for example, but I'm really sorry to say that if you know about the two kind of groups in Indonesia, yeah. I said that in Indonesia we have so many cultures, so many tribes, but right now we have spread the population or people in Indonesia into two tribes. Yeah, can you imagine that in social media? Maybe you know well that we also said that those tribes is called Cepong and Kampret. You know that, yeah. But I'm really sorry. I don't mean that you are part of them. Yeah, Cepong and Kampret. Yeah. If you try to see in deeper, investigate in deeper, yeah, most of them do not have a close relationship, yeah, out of the online interaction, yeah. But when they communicate each other, yeah, I try to understand that maybe one of us, yeah, see that our college, yeah, when we interact, yeah, in campus and so on, yeah, we see that they are very good person. But when they found, yeah, each other in the media, yeah, they look like an enemy each other, yeah. So it means that the online platform, yeah, significantly changed people. Yeah, significantly change people, behavior, attitude, yeah, orientation, and so on. Yeah, that's why we have to be careful on this. Yeah, and we also have an opportunity to create platform that can be used for students interact, yeah, intensively, that they can persuade to change their behavior. Yeah, we as a teacher also can design, yeah, the rule of interaction, yeah, among students and also with the teachers, yeah, and test them how they can change their behavior. Yeah, for example, we can ask them to make a video, yeah. How they interact with their parents, their sibling, and so on. Yeah, and they have to show us the videos. Yeah, okay. So I think it is plausible that we can use, yeah, online platform to change the ethical orientation. Okay, thank you for Ibu Susanti.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And the next question from Ms. Zahrotus Solihah. She asks, you have mentioned that it is critical for the university to facilitate the development of social ethics of students in order for them to possess a good work ethics. How would ethical social behavior can guarantee a good work ethics?
Okay, good question. And we also have a program to do that with MBKM, yeah. we as students not only learn in class, online and offline, we also suggest them to learn in different situation in different society. That's why out of, for example, KKN, they have to interact with the larger society in different contexts, in different situation, in different population and so on. So they can interact directly and learn how the social situation, social condition, perceive your ethical behavior, in the beginning, and then you have to learn, to student, how you can get involved in social, you have to understand who they are, you have to understand the traditional behavior of them, future orientation, and so on. Okay, so after you learn them, you have to decide how you have to behave, heading the different attitude, different behavior like that in social area. I think this is the simple action we can use as an experience, or experiment, for us as teachers, to create social ethics for students. Okay, that's all I think.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And one last question.
Okay.
The question is from Ms. Ratna Chandrasari. Prof. Tia, based on Forbes finding, millennials are committed the ethical issues such as SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, rather than the former one. Do you agree with that?
Yes, the simple answer is yes or not. But the issues of sustainability, I think most of research for millennials found that they are very concerned of sustainability. That's why this is the one of the different style of millennials rather than the other generation. Okay, but the problem is not only the acting, the behave, how the millennial behave. We have to understand. I think the elder one here, the mature people here, have a lot of experience. In the age of under 20, for example, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, and so on. What happened on their mind? In millennial generation, mostly under 30 or 40, they still have a strong thinking that the future is created by themselves. But they have to learn more about the dynamic in social reality, not only by using technology. This is the most problem for our millennial interaction with others. That's why the yes answer here, it depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on the goal setting we have to create the millennial generation. Especially for Indonesia here. We have the 20 and 45. Indonesian gold. Okay. In this case, I agree with that, but we have to sustain the other studies, to find out the other condition of millennials. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ratna Chandrasari.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Setiabudi Indartono. Since we have answered all questions, it means that the second session is finished. And if I can make a summary on what Professor Setiabudi has told us, his research has very interesting result. Sexual orientation and genders affect the ethical learning among millennials. And it is interesting that millennials believe that dream and success is wider than only material achievement. However, they also face challenges to reach ethical balance between the millennial and the elder. That's why it is suggested for the millennial to keep ethics as one of the key for their future benefits. Once again, thank you very much, Professor Setiabudi Indartono, for sharing insightful knowledge in this conference. Therefore, the faculty would like to give you a certificate of appreciation to acknowledge your significant contribution in this research. And now let's move to the final session of the second plenary session. Please welcome our third speaker, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto. Hello, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto. How are you? Long time no see, Mas Ahmad. Mas Anto.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah. It's very nice to have you here as one of our speakers. And before you deliver your presentation, please allow me to introduce you briefly to all the audience here. Dr. Ahmad Daryanto is a senior lecturer in Department of Marketing, Lancaster University Management School, United Kingdom. For the education, he holds his bachelor degree in Institut Teknologi Bandung, and then Master of Science in University of Twente, and then PhD in Marketing from Maastricht University, Netherlands. And he also holds postgraduate certificate in academic practice from Lancaster University. Dr. Ahmad Daryanto is a quantitative marketing researcher. His research interests are quite broad, but recently his research has focused on sustainable behavior, branding, services, and applied technology. He has published in top marketing journals such as Journal of Consumer Psychology, Journal of the Academy of Marketing Science, Journal of Service Research, Journal of Small Enterprises and Development, Industrial Marketing Management, Journal of Retailing and Consumer Services, Adventures in Customer Research, and Journal of Business Research. He is involved in world-class visiting professor program from the Ministry of Education Indonesia in 2016. Also, Foreign Professor Appreciation in Beijing Foreign Studies University in 2017, and high-end Foreign Expert Program from the Government of China hosted by Beijing Foreign Study University in 2016. And interestingly, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto is also a great chess player. Okay? He is a runner-up in UK Chess County Championship U190 team in 2019. And in this session, he's going to present a paper entitled Changes in Customers' Behavior After the Pandemic. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Ahmad Daryanto.
Yeah, thank you very much, and for your nice introduction to me, especially the last part about chess. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to share my slide. I hear echo here. I'm hearing an echo from my side. Is that normal? I hear myself twice. I mean, there is an echo. Oh, probably because there. All right, I don't know. I'm going to share my slide now. Just share desktop, I guess. So I will need then wait for my slide to come up. All right, and click both seconds. Good morning, everyone. It's cold and cloudy morning in the UK. It is like 8:30 a.m. in the morning. And first of all, Thank you very much for inviting me to take a part in this great event in Yogyakarta. This morning, I'm going to present one of my work. Although I was given a topics by the committee to talk about changes in consumer behavior during the COVID-19 pandemic, but what I'm going to present to you today is small aspects of looking at the changes in consumer behavior. I have a working paper, so part of my presentation, actually majority of the materials in this presentation based on this working paper that I wrote with my co-author from Beijing. And the title of the working paper is Store Attachment, Longingness for in-store shopping and store decision during the COVID-19 pandemic. The main objective of this paper is to find out how the COVID-19 pandemic affect shoppers' emotional relationship with offline store, brick and mortar stores. And it is currently under review at the marketing journal. We don't know the outcome of the review yet, so hopefully there is something positive for us from the reviewers. But as you know, the outcome of the review process can be either positive or can be either negative. So we can only hope the best to receive from the reviewers. So the background of this research, pandemic changes what we buy, and we know it. We now care more about hand gel, for example, sanitary products. So that all what we know. And then another thing that we know also, pandemic changes the way we shop. This is, for example, the pandemic can reduce our store experience because we spend less in touching, spend less inside the store. And that means also that our enjoyment, our pleasure while browsing inside the store is also becoming less and less because we are aware of the potential of getting getting a virus, probability of getting infected by the virus and inside the store. And then that's also mean that we try now to reduce our interaction with store employees. We reduce our interaction with shop assistants. And that may also mean that, on the other hand, because of the pandemic, our anxiety with respect to getting this possibility of getting the virus inside the store is also increases. And one of the questions, the fundamental questions that I'm trying to address, not only in this paper, also I have another paper with my co-author, is whether or to what extent pandemics actually change us to be more pro-environmental behaviors, to be more behaving in pro-environmental manner, and whether those changes is going to be permanent or not. So if you think that pandemics actually can be caused by, for example, environmental degradations, and whether that actually increase our awareness about environment. The key idea, the key tenet in this work is that consumers have a sense of attachment with offline stores. The theory that we use in this work is called place attachment theory. That theory explained how we are attached to a place, which I'm going to explain in my next slide. And the underlying principle is that attachment to a store might change, not only during the pandemics, right? Outside the pandemics, in a normal situation, we have some kind of different degrees of attachment toward a stores. And the level of attachment can be changes. For example, you feel that you are highly attached to a store during a day because you have a pleasant visit to the store. And in some other days, maybe that level of attachment may be reduced because you didn't have a good experiences when interacting with a shop assistant, for example. And then another thing that might happen because of the influence of many things. There are two influences which I'm going to explain. The first one, the internal, and the second one is the external. That there are forms of attachment that might change if situation change, the internal situation or the external situation. First, you can be detached toward a place. You don't feel that you belong to a place anymore. And second thing, that you're trying to form a new kind of attachment toward a place. So it is a kind of reattachment process. And the third one that probably we feel a lot about this during the during last year when the pandemic outbreak happened, that we feel that we are confined to a place. We cannot go anywhere. We are stuck in our house. We are stuck in our city. We can't go anywhere. So the two changes that catapult this process of attachment process is your personal situation can change. For example, when you are ill and then you are lying on bed for several months, for example, or several days, and then when you come to visit the store, the store might change, and then your feeling toward the store also might change. Or for example, when you are being assigned to a new place because of work relocation, for example, and then you used to visit, for example, a certain mall in your city, and because now you are in another city, and then you don't have that many chances to visit your store, and then your kind of feelings about that store is also changes. That is personal situation. And the external one, that is the event that you cannot control. For example, earthquake can change the store, maybe can change the city, for example, the accidents. And then, of course, one of the big example that we are currently facing is the pandemic. Pandemic is the external forces because it is beyond our control that can affect our attachment toward a place. That is the underlying principles or key ideas in this work. And what is place attachment? Formally, I'm going to explain this to you. Place attachment, by definition, is the bonds that people have with a place. The object of the place can be anything. For example, residential areas, city where you live, the workplace where you work, shopping mall you often visit with your friends or families, or even an airport. You tend to visit maybe a certain airports because you like being there, you enjoy the atmosphere being there, you feel you are familiar with the airport. So you have a kind of attachment to the airport. The most important thing in studying place attachment is not about that place per se, but it is about the accumulation of experience in a place that creates meaning. I quote a paper by Manzo in 2005, stated as follows: it is not simply the places themselves that are significant, but rather what can be called experience in place. So it is about the experience you have in relation to the place that matter most. The principle is this: if you are attached to a place, you will engage in behaviors that will benefit the place. For example, if you are attached to a mall, for example, your behavior that benefit the place, for example, word of mouth communication. You tell your friends how great you are, how great it is being in a mall, and then you tell your friend they have a nice, for example, a corner where you can sit and relax or read books or listen to music. So you spread the positive word of mouth to other customers. So that is the example, the implications of, or the positive impact of being attached to a place on your behavior or other consumer behaviors and the place itself. In the conceptualization of the place attachment, the recent conceptualization, place attachment is conceptualized as a multi-dimensional construct that has 4 dimensions. The first one is the identity. It tries to explain whether the place says something about your identity. For example, in the questionnaire, if these things are measured for the identity, you can find this kind of item in the questionnaire. For example, if the object of a place is a city, living in city X says a lot about who I am. And the second dimension is affects or feelings, the extent to which you feel attached or you feel that you belong to a city X, for example. I feel a strong sense of belonging to city X. The third one is dependency. That explains whether the place, you feel you are dependent on the place. For my work and life, I could not imagine anything better than the resources and facility provided by city X. For example, if the object of the place is University Negeri Yogyakarta, for my work and life, I could not imagine anything better than the resources and facilities provided by the university, for example. And the last dimension is social bonds. It is the feeling of bonding with other people that also attach to a place or also live in the place. If I were stop living in Yogyakarta, for example, I will lose contact with a number of friends. If the object is a university, if I were to stop living in University X, I would lose contact with a number of friends. These are the dimensions of place attachment, the recent conceptualization of place attachment as a psychological construct. And place attachment is not a new concept. It's been discussed more than 50 years ago and appear in more than 120 plus journals. For example, journal in geography field, sociology, environmental psychology, demography, urban studies, and only recently place attachment enter the business and management arena. There are a couple of journal articles that appear in top marketing journal and also in business research. So if you want to study more about the history of this construct, I would recommend you to read this paper by Liwika, Place Attachment, How Far Have We Come in the Last 40 Years. That title said something about in the last 40 years, but the article was published in 2011, which is 10 years ago. So that means if someone were to write this paper, how far have we come in the last 50 years, for example. And I have done some work on this, published in the Journal of Business Research, where my co-author and I did a systematic review on place attachment. We wanted to review all the findings in place attachment, especially the finding that relate to pro-environmental behaviors, a meta-analysis of the relationship between place attachment and pro-environmental behavior. Meta-analysis is a kind of quantitative systematic reviews. So we want to generalize the finding. If there are differences in the what so-called effect sizes, and then we want to explain what factors that can be used to explain the heterogeneity in the findings. So I'm going to talk a bit about this just to give you some more backgrounds in the place attachment research. And the meta-analysis that I conducted with my co-author consists of only a 38 number of studies. Why 38? Because we are focusing on this link, place attachment and pro-environmental behavior. And we want to see how big the correlation between the two constructs in previous research. So we only despite that this research is quite old, 50 years, but not many papers actually that discuss the effect of place attachment and pro-mental behaviors. And out of the 38 studies, we found 124 correlation, and then we look for 3 big factors that explain why the effect of place attachment and pro-environmental behavior vary. And then we found that culture, the culture where the customers are from, and then place users. This is in the context of tourism, the residents and the tourists, and then the way place attachment and pro-environmental behavior are measured. That also explain the heterogeneity in the relationship between place attachment and pro-environmental behavior. And then the first work, that meta-analysis was my second work on this construct. The first work is also published in the same journal, also discuss about the relationship between place attachment and pro-environmental behavior. What we look at a certain type of pro-environmental behavior, that is environmental citizenship behavior. If you are trying to behave in pro-environmental way, and then ECB, environmental citizenship behavior, tell us whether you wanna say something to your friends, your colleague, or your significant other, whether they should also behave in pro-environmental manner. And we also discussed about the issue of trust that residents have toward the government initiative, and then resident mobility. And we found place attachment affect ECB, and that relationships are is affected by trust and mobility. So that is the kind of, I hope I gave you a background of place attachment research. Now coming back to this idea of the influence of pandemic and consumer behavior, the question that we are trying to address in this work: do consumers miss pre-pandemic in-store experience? The experience that you had pre-pandemic, is that gonna influence your feeling toward the store? So the answer, what we have, because we have a interview. We had done an interview before conducting the quantitative analysis. We detected that consumer indeed miss pre-pandemic in-store experience, and then we thought that maybe we need to measure this, because we are doing quantitative research. So that means that we need a new conceptualization to capture the consumer feelings, the consumer's feeling of missing the in-store experience that they had before the pandemic. So the longing we are interested in, the longing by definition from, I think this is Oxford Dictionary or Cambridge Dictionary, I don't remember. Actually, just 2 days ago, I put this in on my slide. Longing is a feeling of wanting something or someone very much. The synonym for longing is desire and yearning. So we wanna capture this with a scale. So much of the work involves developing a scale to capture in-store shopping longingness, the longing that consumers have about in-store experience during the pandemic, because the experience are changed. So why in-store shopping longingness? First of all, in-store shopping longingness, the longingness, we did some search and we found that actually longingness can be very positive. That because longingness reflect on the feeling of being nostalgic about, in this context of shopping, about pre-pandemic shopping. You are being nostalgic. You remember the pleasant you have when you visit a store before the pandemic. And these nostalgic feelings in general can be positive. For example, this paper from this author in 2016, they found that the nostalgic feeling is positively related to optimism and positive health behaviors. So what we're trying to find out whether longingness can be something positive on consumer behavior. And then we want to look at this on a specific decision that consumer have, store visit, whether the longingness will impact on consumer decision to visit a store that comply with pandemic regulation. The store decision, for example, the item that reflect that construct, I only go to store with solid anti-pandemic regulation. I only go to the store where the store assistant wear face masks properly. So we come out with these three simple, not really simple actually, proposition. First, store effects has a positive impact on ISL. In-store shopping longingness, store dependent has a positive impact on ISL, and then ISL has a positive impact on safety consideration in store choice decision. Now you might wonder, where is place attachment in here? I didn't see it. Yeah, you didn't see it indeed, because now we transform place attachment. The object of place is now the mall, the store. And if you remember my previous slide that I just presented, in these two propositions here, we have store affect, store affect, place affect is one of the dimension of place attachment. And the second one is store dependence. This is also a dimension of place attachment. Now we adapt it to the store context. It was called place dependent before, or place affects before. Now is becoming store affect and store dependent, because the context is specific. It's a store, offline store.
I'm sorry, there's only 5 minutes left.
Our methods, we collected our data via online survey for the quantitative parts, and the study was based in China. We conducted multiple studies. There were 4 studies in total, and as I said previously, much of the work in the first part involved scale development process. In the first stage, in the scale development process, we conducted a preliminary studies with 20 customers, and we interview them, and then we look at what the evidence that we can have that can tell us about what they feel about in-store experience during the pandemic. And then we proceed with the quantitative part in the scale development process. There are 3 main studies here. The first step is item purification. In the qualitative part, one of the objectives is also to gather a pool of items that we can use to develop our scale. And then the item purification, we try to reduce the number of items using certain statistical criteria. The item purification study consists of 373 participants, and we did confirmatory factor analysis. And then in the second steps, we validate the scale, we validate the number of items we have. We collected another data. We had 318 respondents. We did CFA, and then we reduced the number of items to 6. That 6 was our final scale, number of items. The good scale actually should consist of not so many items, because respondents can feel fatigued when they try to answer the question if the questions are long. So 6 items, I think, is quite good number for the scale that can be administered quickly and easy to use. And the main study itself, where we want to explain the influence of place attachment or store attachment on in-store shopping longingness, consists of 420 participants, and we use structural equation modeling, which is a standard way of testing hypothesis in the survey-based, using survey-based data. And the qualitative study, as you can see on my slide, these are some excerpts from the interview, which I can read loudly, a couple of them. I put 5 of them. I do not do in-store shopping now due to the pandemic. I missed it. So that's the word that been mentioned by this individual. I missed it. I hope the pandemic can end soon and we can go to shops and malls like before. I really miss the relaxing atmosphere where I could enjoy myself in the store. This is actually also reflect our feelings, right? Especially this also reflect my feeling when we are now in the pandemics. I miss the relaxing atmosphere where I could enjoy myself in the store. We don't want to stay in the store for longer than we had before pre-pandemic. And the last one, we cannot go to stores like before the pandemic since it is not safe. Of course, I miss the in-store shopping we used to have. Remember, this is in the context of Beijing still. So probably next word is to validate this in another country or certain shopping situation. And then the ISS scale, as I mentioned before, the final one, we had 6 items, short, easy to administer, and then these 6 items has a good internal validity. The sample items here for the ISL scale, I miss the freedom I had while shopping in store. I miss the pleasure when shopping in store, and I miss the relaxing feeling I had when I were in store. Pretty much influenced by the wording that we had from the interview.
I'm
and
sorry.
the nomological network,
Mas Anta,
this is
I'm
where
sorry.
we want to test the proposition about the influence of place attachment or store attachments and in-store loneliness. As you can see now, the store affect and store dependence indeed has a positive impact in store loneliness. So what this result tell us, the more you feel that you have a kind of an attachment with the store, the feeling you have toward the store, and the more that you feel that you miss the store, and then the more you feel that you are dependent on the store because, for example, you need something from the store, or the store is actually your escape for relaxing, for example, this also has a positive impact in store, but however, this is not significant. That's actually the effect actually more impactful, which is indeed significant on in-store loneliness. And what is interesting is that in-store loneliness actually impact your store decision. Which store are you going to visit during the pandemic? If you have that awareness in you that you only want to visit a store that have a solid pandemic regulation, your in-store loneliness actually affect that decision. And then we control for the effect of trust and toward the store, and then we also compare health status, and we don't find a significant effect on the impact of health status on store decision.
I'm sorry, Mas Anta.
So-
Can you finish the presentation in maximum 2 minutes?
Yes, this is the second last slide.
Okay, thank
So
you.
the discussion that we try to mention in the paper, offline shopping and in-store loneliness. Online shopping compensate the loneliness for offline shopping. So, but we never tested this, so that could be a nice future research ideas. And moving beyond the pandemic, can ISL capture a much larger phenomenon, for example, not only restriction, loneliness due to the pandemic, but freedom restriction in general, such as illness, relocation. And then the next one is whether the scale can be generalized across different shopping contexts, different type of culture, for example. So I think this is the last slide, and thank you very much. So in time, thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation, and I can see that there's already a lot of question came for you, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto. So let's move to the question answer session. I would like to read the question in the chat box. The first one is from Ms. Leta Fidria Nestari from Universitas Viralodra. She wants to ask you, if you are an entrepreneur and have an advanced company, what is your strategy in dealing with changes in consumer behavior during this COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you very much for this questions from Leta Fidianestari. A very general question actually that applies to anyone, any entrepreneurs. If you are an entrepreneur and have an advanced company, advanced means that you have probably maybe large resources, for example, that probably you mean by advanced company, large number of employees, large number of resources, huge IT capabilities, for example. What is your strategy in dealing with changes in consumer behavior during the changes? Depends on what do you mean by the changes here. If the changes, much of general strategy that company have during the pandemic is they switch to online. They try to give kind of similar experience to, of course, it cannot be really similar experience to the customer who visit their store online, for example. Could be they create a kind of a virtual experience as if that consumers are actually really buying things toward the stores. But I think what you need to find out, because it really depends on the context, that I know that when I look at some videos in Indonesia, some consumers are not really complying with the COVID-19 rules, for example. So the question that entrepreneurs can have in mind is whether they really want to contribute to shaping a safe consumer behavior, while also consumer can also enjoy pleasure shopping, for example. So the general strategy, what I know is that if you can invest your resources in the online shopping and then try to create more a virtual experience, is trying to mimic the offline experience that consumer missed during the pandemic. That's my general answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is from Mr. Mahendra Adinugroho. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many businesses have adopted online platform to shift their physical store to online store. How can place attachment influence consumer behavior in online situation?
This is a really nice question, actually. We had this kind of question in mind when we wrote this paper. We had two ideas at the time. As I mentioned before, the object of a place can be also a virtual place. The object of place can be a virtual place. I know that in some researchers in the information and management, they have what's so-called web attachment. So the webs serve as a place where consumers visit the webs and so on, and then they have some kind of attachment with the web. And if I want to ask this in terms of research, if consumers are developing a habit to visit a store, the theory of place attachment can still be applicable here. But now you change the context from a physical place to the online space. So not only the brick and mortar now, the question occurs, if consumers develop this habit of visiting your online store while you also have offline stores, and now after the pandemic changes, and you want to know whether this consumer will stay in the offline or stay with the online one. So you have to manage these two kind of attachment now, the online and the offline. Yeah. Thank you. I hope that satisfies you. Hopefully.
Okay, thank you. And next one from Ms. Zahrotus Soliha. Mr. Daryanto, is there any changes in marketing approach to catch the opportunity created by the in-shop longings? What should the marketers do in covering needs of experience, especially store experience that they missed during the pandemic? What are
Yeah, thank you very much. I am amazed with the quality of the question I received this morning. Thank you, Mahendra. I forgot mentioning the name before, and then Ms. Zahro. Also special thank to you because you keep updating me about the event even some months ago. What we found, first we start with the findings that we found in the paper. In-store loneliness actually propel consumers to choose stores that comply with safety regulation because the consumer want to regain the nostalgic feeling that they have before. So the logic is like this. If we can speed up trying to come back to the experience we had before the pandemic, then we need to comply with the rules. We need to comply with the safety regulation, or even when we browse around the store, inside the store, right? So we have to cooperate this together, not only one single consumer, but also all the consumers. So what the findings suggest, if the store, want to reap this benefit from the finding is that store have to be seriously comply with the safety regulation because that's what the consumers want. The consumer that feel a higher level of loneliness toward the store. They want to choose store that comply with safety regulation. So the answer of this is right from the finding. If they want to benefit from this is the opportunity. They have to instill that the store are safe, that they comply with safety regulation. That is the implication of the finding from my research. Yeah. Yeah, and then the second one here, what are the consequences if marketer cannot find a substitute to the place experience missed by the consumer during the pandemic? The answer is that we cannot completely replace that experience because the situation completely different, right? If you have the opportunity to have the online portal, then you can send messages to the consumers about the experience that they have before, and then you can try to promise them that we try to comply with safety regulation anymore, again, in order to make you feel or have the same experience that you had before the pandemic. So finding a complete substitute is not possible because of the situation changes. But you can approximate that experience by what I said several times is by complying with the safety regulation, so the consumer can spend a bit more in the store. Of course, they don't have the relaxing feelings, the same one that they had anymore. They have a bit of, not bit, but maybe much of tension now, anxiety about the possibility of contracting the virus. That's completely maybe not possible to eliminate 100%. But you can do something to make them feel secure and safe during their store visit. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think from the chat box, okay, we already answer all of the question. Okay, so would you like to make a conclusion remark, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto?
The conclusion remark, as a consumer, comply with the safety regulations. That the way we get out from pandemic if we cooperate together.
Okay.
So we can enjoy the relaxing feelings we have when we visit our mall, our store, without being afraid of being contaminated or being contracted with the virus. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for your concluding remark. And then since we have answered all the questions, so this is the end of the third session of our plenary session today. Dr. Ahmad Daryanto has delivered his working paper addressing the question, do consumers miss pre-pandemic in-store experience? And it proposed a new conceptualization in-store shopping loneliness. I think it's going to be interesting, yeah, to apply that concept in customers, okay, in Indonesia, both offline and also online. So thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Daryanto, for giving us such fruitful knowledge. And of course, as an appreciation, the Faculty of Economic, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta, would like to give you a certificate of appreciation.
Thank you very much. So I really appreciate this. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention. And then, as I said again, I'm really pleased to see the quality of the question that I received this morning.
Yes, thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Anto. We are so happy to have you here. And hope to see you in our next event. Please send my warm regards to Mbak Ara and Mas Ilham.
Oh, ini Mbak Mimin ya?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't recognize you. Now somehow your face looked familiar to me, and then I was thinking.
Yes, because I'm afraid you do not recognize me
anymore. Now I
anymore.
realize 100% you are Mbak Mimin.
Yeah. Thank you, Mas Anto.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of our second plenary session today. Once again, we would like to deliver our gratitude to all the speakers today for their wonderful sharing. Thank you, Professor Su Hua Wang, Professor Setiabudi Indartono, and Dr. Ahmad Daryanto. And of course, thank you to all participants for all your great participation. We do hope that the topic discussed in this second plenary session will be beneficial for all of you. See you in the next conference hosted by Faculty of Economic, Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Please stay safe, healthy, and happy. Hopefully, everything will be much better in the new normal era. Now it's time for me to send back the program to the Master of Ceremony. I do apologize for any mistake during serving you as the moderator. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Mimin Nur Aisyah. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to fill in the attendance list on the link that we had shared on the chat box. The next agenda is panel session will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m. All participants can join 30 minutes before the panel session begins. And then, ladies and gentlemen, for photo session, please turn on your camera to take a picture together. Okay, start from first slide. 1, 2, 3. And then second slide. 1, 2, 3. And then next slide. 1, 2, 3. And then next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, enough. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yolanda Septiana on behalf of the organizing committee, extending our appreciation to all the guests, speakers, participants, and moderator for a wonderful session we had. I would also like to apologize if made some mistakes while hosting for today. See you tomorrow for panel session agenda and have a great day. Thank you.